23 tomorrow, and very much looking forward to that show. We are just 24 hours away from one of the most important matches that we will ever see. Ronda Rousey taking on Shayna Baszler in a match that I never thought we would see. You never thought we would see. It's one we've spoke about, we've dreamed about. That match just 24 hours away. There's some other stuff, like something to do with the tribal chief thing and, I don't know, some world championship. But Ronda Rousey against Shayna Baszler. What a time to be alive. But tonight we have got Jey Uso taking on Solo Sikoa. Don't know why we've got Jey Uso in action 24 hours before this massive match where he's trying to win the undisputed WWE Universal Championship, and he's trying to become the tribal chief. I could imagine maybe Roman had something to do with it. Maybe Roman said, I want Jey to be tired for our match. Let's make sure he has a match against Solo. I can go with it. Sort of could do without it as well, though, if I'm being honest. I think I'd much rather these two just put the final touches in place. Face to face tomorrow. Enjoy your night tonight, Roman. It's the last night you've got of being tribal chief. Like something like that would be really good. But we're getting him against Solo, and that could be a great match. It could be a great match, but I'm not expecting them to take too many risks. Not 24 hours before this monster match that we've got at SummerSlam. We've got Bianca, Charlotte, Asuka on the show, but we don't know what they're doing, so we need to wait and find out there. But they were part of the official preview, but as we said, we don't know what they're doing. And then, of course, LA Knight, taking on Sheamus. LA Knight's going to be in that battle royal, and Sheamus is also in the battle royal. This is a good old-fashioned momentum match. It's one of those matches where we try to get momentum, which I wish they sold momentum, because it seems like that's something the wrestlers are really desperate for. Momentum seems to be just as important as championships. So I wish they sold replica momentum at the WWE shop, because I'd love to get some replica momentum, because it seems to be quite valuable. So that is what LA Knight and Sheamus are looking for. They're looking for momentum. And that was it. Honestly, there's nothing else that's been put in the official preview for tonight. Only 3 things. It was not much at all for us to get our teeth into. So a night of surprises, a night of thrills, a night of spills, a night of who knows what else. But we'll not be stuck for conversation. As we said, all joking aside, 24 hours till we get to SummerSlam. And our watch-along, our live stream watch-along is going to start hours before the kickoff show. If you're around tomorrow and you're a little bit lost and you don't really know what to do, come and swing by the live stream, because we're going to be breaking down predictions, nightmare scenarios, cool things that could happen, surprises that could happen. Obviously, we'll be talking about those last minute rumors, all the kind of latest gossip, all that kind of stuff. We'll chuck that in, and then we'll be going straight into the kickoff show, straight into the actual event, live reacting, live chatting, getting your thoughts all throughout whatever happens during SummerSlam. Big, massive, monster stream tomorrow. Looking forward to it, man. And hopefully tonight is going to just whet the appetite a little bit. Hopefully tonight is going to get us that little bit more excited for SummerSlam. Now, I do want to get to your thoughts, but I can see we've had a couple of super chats, so going to jump into those. So Thomas Morehouse, a legend, supporter of the channel, I can see, for nearly 3 years, which is mental, said, Days, could we see Big E return at SummerSlam? I think we could. So, I mean, look, the latest is that Bray is expected to be a part of one of the major matches. That was a rumor that did the rounds about a week or so ago. that he has been seen working out. I wouldn't really read too much into that because he keeps himself in great shape. Even when we saw him at the airport making his way, what we thought, to WrestleMania, he still looked to be in great shape. So him going the gym is of no surprise whatsoever. But of course, anything around this time is going to get people talking, going to get people speculating. And I think, listen, that rumor is that he is ready to come back, and I think there's something in it. I'm thinking, I put a tweet out saying, what percentage are you that we'll see Bray out of 100? I said I'm about 75%. I mean, maybe I'm just putting a bit too much confidence into that rumor, into that report, but I'm feeling pretty good. We've been waiting for him for a long time. I could understand them wanting to get SummerSlam out the way before bringing him back. So, yeah. And plus also, the other thing, Payback. Like, why would you call that show Payback? You don't have to call it Payback, but they've called it Payback. It's the show that Roman won the title on 3 years ago. He won it from Bray. I don't know. There's just enough there for me to go, yeah, I'm not 100%, of course, but I'm definitely about 75. So I'm feeling good for Bray. Obviously, big news that Randy is not cleared. So he's not expected, although he has been seen in Detroit. Again, not a massive shock. You know, it's a massive show. So he's going to be there to catch up with old friends, have some meetings, face to face, give some updates with like how his recovery is going, blah, 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 all of that good stuff. You know, just because he's there doesn't mean we will see him. There's a lot more, you know, going on that's than just coming out to see like the fans. He can go and see Vince. He can go and see Triple H. He can go and catch up with old friends. He can, you know, do whatever. And so, yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised, is there? The only thing I would say, I did put a message out on Twitter saying, would you be surprised if he walked out, say Grayson Waller was in the ring, and then all of a sudden Randy's music hits and Randy interrupts Grayson Waller? No bumps, no wrestling, no return, just a SummerSlam moment. Do you remember, I think it was it SummerSlam 2019? Elias was in the ring, and then Edge came out and speared Elias, and everyone got excited, like, oh my God, it's Edge, and he's doing something physical, and it was all really exciting. And then at the Royal Rumble 2020, that's when Edge came back. Could we get a moment similar to that where we get Randy not doing a spear, not doing anything physical, but Randy just saying hello to the fans? We haven't seen him in over 12 months. That's a long time. Just coming out, you know, sticking it to Grayson Waller. It's a surprise. It's a big moment. We saw John Cena at Money in the Bank. We wasn't expecting that. Could we see Randy at SummerSlam, like interrupting Grayson as Grayson's calling out The Rock again? Maybe he calls out The Rock, but then Randy comes out. Who knows? I'm just saying, yeah, I could see something there. I could see something there. I could see something in Randy coming out. Nothing physical, but coming out and just sticking it to Grayson verbally before jumping out the ring and walking away, or going to tease. He could go to tease an RKO. Grayson could like fly backwards trying to get out the way, get out the ring, and Randy could just laugh as Grayson manages to avoid an RKO. But, you know, message sent kind of a thing. So I don't know. I'm not totally ruling that out. I think there's a chance of that, but I'm not going to totally rule that out. The one that's been really quiet is Big E. And we heard back in March that Big E was 100%. He was just waiting for the doctors to confirm. He said that it was 100%. He'd been told he was 100%. He was just literally waiting for a doctor to go, yes, 100, like, I will sign it off to say you're 100%. But he'd been verbally told he was 100%, back to 100%, and he felt back to 100%. He's been hitting the gym. He's been doing charity work. He's out and about. Meant to be in really great health, great shape, just waiting to return. You know, could they bring him back on this show. I would say there's a chance, definitely. In fact, in my predictions, I did ponder the idea of him being in the Battle Royal and winning the Battle Royal. Imagine if everyone gets in the ring and then there's one final surprise and it turns out to be, yeah, I want to go big. And then out comes Big E, gets in the Battle Royal, ends up getting down, like LA Knight gets eliminated by someone quite early to get him out of the way. We don't want Big E getting any on him. So LA Knight could be eliminated by someone. That person is who LA Knight will then go on to feud with, right? So LA Knight didn't win. People will be down on that. I get it. But make it very obvious LA Knight is now in a feud with whoever this is, right? And hopefully a good opponent, juicy feud. They go off, fight to the back, right? And then match continues, get down to some awful heel that no one likes, maybe Dominic Mysterio. Dominic Mysterio and Big E are the final two. Everyone's hating on Dominic. Big E gets the win. That way you can have Big E win a Battle Royal. The crowd aren't going to jump on him. It's very clear what you're doing with LA Knight. No one's going to want to support Dominic Mysterio. So having Dominic and Big E be the final two, I think would ensure the crowd's support of Big E. I think there's a lot of goodwill towards Big E as well anyway. So, you know, there's a chance of that. I really don't subscribe to the idea that it has got to be LA Knight that wins this Battle Royal. I don't subscribe to that at all. Right. I am very much of the opinion that this Battle Royal don't mean anything, to be honest. The winner doesn't seemingly get anything. So whether LA Knight wins this or doesn't win this ain't going to make any difference, right? If it was for like a mid-card title opportunity, if there was something tangible there, then I would be like, okay, I can understand why people are so desperate for him to win it. But what are they getting? A pat on the back. I mean, he's on the card. That's the most important thing because he hasn't been on a lot of pay-per-views this year, but he's on the card now. So, yeah, I think you just got to take it as a positive that he's on the cards. The fans are behind him. The rumors are he's getting pushed afterwards. He's my pick to win it. I think he wins it, but I think there's a chance that Big E could be involved. I think it'd be a good way, fun way to bring him back. I don't know if I can see anyone else winning it. I don't know. I did make the argument, was it on Wednesday? I made the argument of like, well, if someone, no, it was on the second channel. I've started doing a new thing on the second channel now. I want to do it maybe every Sunday where I get an article from like Cultaholic or What Culture, because there's thousands of these articles and they're all like 10 whatever, right? This one was 10 nightmare scenarios of SummerSlam. And what we do is we kind of go through them and talk about them and talk, would it be a nightmare? Because I understand, right? Everyone's got different opinions, first of all, so that makes it interesting. But also, there is a degree of, you might have 7 amazing nightmare scenarios, and you kind of got to try and find another 3, right? And they're maybe not really nightmare scenarios. So it's kind of interesting going through the articles. So I went through one and put it on the second channel. I think it was a really fun video. It was just under 20 minutes. And I was saying in there, I was saying like, look, if he doesn't win and someone else wins, it might be that they are going to use this a bit like a Royal Rumble in the sense of you do get storylines that come out of it. You know, the winner might then go into a bit of a feud with the person they eliminated at the end. LA Knight could get into a feud with the person that eliminated him. We see this all the time in the Royal Rumble, where it's not just the winner that comes out of the Royal Rumble with something. There's normally, people that got eliminated that then go on to feuds. I mean, for example, look at Logan and Ricochet. Their whole feud started there was no beef between them before the Royal Rumble. And then they had that moment in the Rumble, and that's where it all started. So I think even if LA Knight gets eliminated, there's a chance that you could tell a story with the person that eliminated him, and whoever goes on to win, they could go off and tell a different story as well. So I'm not really bothered about who's going to win this thing, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, because there's no tangible prize attached to it anyway. So I really wouldn't worry about it. But plenty of people will. Plenty of people will. So yeah, I think there is a good chance that we see Big E. Probably feeling around about a 50% though. I'm feeling probably a bit better for Bray now than I am Big E, just because I've seen a report that says Bray is expected to be involved in one of those main events. I haven't seen a report about Big E. So, but yeah, you normally get a couple of returns. Big E, Bray, could see that. Mitchell said, if you had to rank the most likely returns tomorrow, how are you ranking them? Undertaker, Brock, Bray, Randy. Any expected surprises? Mitchell, shout out to you, bud. Tying into what we were just talking about. Lovely. Undertaker, I don't see that. So I'd have that really low down. I think in order of most likely, if I'm going to go with the 4 that you've just given, I'll say Bray most likely, Randy second most likely, Rock third most likely, and Undertaker fourth most likely. I haven't seen any word or rumor about Undertaker. I can't see a reason as to why Undertaker would be there. I think if he was going to make an appearance, he would do it at like a WrestleMania. Maybe next year, actually. I mean, don't forget next year's WrestleMania is WrestleMania 40, which is massive because not only is it WrestleMania, but it's the 40th anniversary, and they always do something special for those, you know, every 10 years. So I could see, with the streak being so synonymous with the first 40 years of WrestleMania, I could definitely see Undertaker appear in there. I don't know if I can see a reason or a need for him to be at SummerSlam. The Rock, the reason why I'd have him third is because of Grayson calling him out recently. There is also a writer's strike at the moment, which I think is really interesting, because if the writer's strike means that there's a break in filming, does that mean there's a break in his schedule? Again, nothing physical. I don't think WWE would have the insurance or the clearance, right? And certainly not if Rock's in the middle of filming a film, right? Maybe if he had no projects on, but it's too risky, man. I mean, he proper trashed himself at WrestleMania 28, 29. Proper, like, serious injuries. Like, this is why I don't think we've got the Roman match over the line. I think that the concern is that he'll get some serious injuries that'll knock him out for a while, and then, you know, that'll mess up his Hollywood commitments. If The Rock was just at home twiddling his thumbs, then I think we would get the matches, but he's not, is he? He's a busy boy. So nothing physical, but again, you know, could I see him, if there is a break at the moment, making an appearance? Sure, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I'm putting it really low. I'm putting it about 10%, 20%, somewhere around that ballpark. Big E, I'll go 50%. Bray, I'll go 75%. Randy, I'll go 60. Oh, wow. Can I go? Is it more likely Randy will be there than not there? It's probably more likely he won't be there. So I'll say 45 for him. 45 for him. That means I probably need to knock The Rock down a little. So I'll go, what did I say for The Rock? Like 10%, 20%. Big E, I'll go 50%. Yeah, Randy, Big E are about the same. Randy about 45%, Big E about 50%, Bray about 75%. Somewhere around that kind of ballpark. Just as a gut feeling. That's kind of where my head's at with some of those returns. Boom. So I hope that answers the returns question. Will we see an orange tonight, says Miss Clown One. I don't have one. I don't even have a banana. So I think this is going to be a fruit-free stream. Alex said maybe Undertaker could be there to talk about him versus Batista at Mania 23. Wasn't that in the same stadium as tomorrow? I can't see him coming out to talk about that match. It's not very usual that we get a legend coming out and talking about a match they had in that building years ago. So I kind of think like that's one that he'll probably wheel out in his one man dead man show, whatever. His one dead man show. I could see him. I don't know if that's on in the local area, but I wouldn't be surprised if he dedicated a little part of that show to regaling some of his Detroit memories. But I can't see him coming out and boring us about talking about that match. I can't see it. I just can't see it. I don't see any reason as to why he would be there. Jim said WWE would be smart to bring back the whole New Day at once. Nathan says, read my last comment. I can't see your last comment. Is it recent? Is it recent? Oh, there. Did you hear Bobby Roode was spotted in Detroit? I didn't hear that. So I can't really see. I mean, maybe he'll be in the Battle Royal, but I can't really see him getting like a big return because he's not really a big star. So maybe they like do a little thing where he goes into the Battle Royal or is in the Battle Royal. Don't know. Or maybe he's just going to catch up with old friends, check in with Triple H. The exact same thing we said like about Randy. No Undertaker show, but he's seemingly in town, probably looking to get apples. Lawrence said, what figure should I buy to start my collection? Lawrence, shout out to you. I don't know if you saw the video we did, but did a video yesterday. Took ages, man. Took so long. I put so much work into that video. I really did, because I have, over the past few months, jotted down all the figures in the elite lines and scored them and recorded those scores. Then I sorted them by those scores to give me like a ranking. Then I went onto the wrestling figure forums to see year by year what they voted as being the best figures, compared it to how I had it in the rankings, made a slight few adjustments. To be honest, there wasn't really many adjustments. It was like this figure move up a place, that figure going down a couple of places. It was nothing like this figure down here goes all the way up. It was just like little boop, 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 boop. Got it into an order that I was like, yeah, that looks about right. That looks good. I can go with that. And then put the work into doing a video on it. And so a top 50 elite figures between series 1 to 100 is on the channel. Went out on the channel yesterday. It's 50 figures, elite series 1 to 100, and as I said, all of that work went into it. So it certainly wasn't, oh, I'll have that next and I'll have that. It was proper. I properly did it properly. Right. And I want to do more. I've actually got next week's plan, which is going to be the 20 worst elite figures from series 1 to 100. And I've got a few other things lined up as well. I am trying to bring like some figure videos back because, again, Wrestling Shop Live, that message was loud and clear. What when are you doing a toy hunt? When are you bringing back figure videos? I just had that all day for 2 days. So message was loud and clear. A little bit like LA Knight though, you know? The message is loud and clear with WWE, but they can't quite get to the push yet because they've got other things they're working through. I've had a few other things I've been working through, and now I've got to the point where I can start now to have a look at the figure videos. So yeah, there'll be more figure videos on the way. Toy hunts on the way. I've got 2 toy hunts that have been filmed, but not edited and uploaded. But I've penciled the first one in for Sunday. So Sunday should, all things going well, should see a toy hunt dropping onto the channel from Smith's. So I've got that lined up. That's been done. And there's a second toy hunt ready to go as well after that. So yeah, we're in a good place. So what figure should you go and get? It's always a difficult one. I get asked that quite a bit. My answer is always the same. Like, the best collection for you is the one that means the most to you. Like, I could sit here and tell you to get Finn Balor. I could tell you to go and get Shotzi or whatever. But you might look at them and go, oh, I'm not sure. Or you might have a favorite wrestler that you don't have a figure of. I mean, that would be my first port of call. You know, if I absolutely loved Roman Reigns and I didn't have a Roman Reigns figure, you know, it's pretty straightforward in it as to what I'm going to go and get. I'm going to go and get a Roman figure. So what I would say is if you are just getting into the Mattel collection, the Ultimate Editions are fantastic. Ultimate Editions are definitely the place to look first. If you can get an Ultimate Edition, because in the UK they're a bit tricky to get a hold of, but normally the Ultimate Editions come with extra articulations, they've got better movement, more accessories, better kind of time spent on and better face scans, normally swappable heads. So even if one of the heads you don't like, normally you can pop it off, pop another one on. Obviously they are like a little more, but I think if it's someone that you really like, I think it is worth that cost. I think it's definitely worth that cost. So Ultimate Editions, I would say definitely start off on, and whoever your favorite wrestler is, have a look into getting that. And if you want more inspiration, the top 50 elite figures video dropped yesterday. One Infinity said, did you see that doctors have advised Big E never to wrestle again, and he stated that he'd rather have a long nice life than risk it? I haven't seen that. I've seen the opposite, actually. I've seen a couple of interviews where he's said that he's just waiting for creative. And in March, he was just waiting for the 100%. Doctors had already told him that everything was good. I saw an interview with him with TMZ. And this was, I want to say, around WrestleMania. And it was all really good. It was all really positive. So if they've now turned around and said no, like we're not going to clear you or advise you to like wrestle again, then I don't know. I don't know where that's come from. That's not something I've seen, to be honest. Darren said, do you think Bray returns as the Fiend to set up a match with Roman, taking the thing full circle from when he beat the Fiend and Strowman for the belt? Don't know, to be honest. I think I think at this point we just have to say, is Bray going to be involved in that match? And I'm going to go and say yes. I'm going to say that I could see like Roman beating up Jay after everyone's really down, and then bang, lights go out and there's Bray. It's hard to say if it'll be the Fiend, because people do want the Fiend. But Bray just seems to want to tell this other story. And like, obviously, we've got Uncle Howdy around now as well, and we never finished that story off. Plus, also, we were looking to bring in Alexa, and I think it's very hard to predict as to where they're going when I'm really not convinced they know where they're going themselves, because the direction they were heading in is a direction they now can't go. They clearly were bringing Alexa into that group, and they clearly cannot do that now. So I don't know. I have no idea if we're going to get the Fiend or not, because would it bring it like full circle? Sure. But we're kind of going full circle anyway. What with going back to Payback, like Bray, Roman, the title, Payback, all of that is full circle anyway, right? You can add the Fiend in, right, to make it even a stronger circle. But it doesn't necessarily need it either. Like, it could just be Bray. It could be this new character that we saw at the Royal Rumble. We didn't even get an answer as to what that was. You know, at the end of that match in LA Knight, he put on some other mask, and that seemed to be a new character, or like an evolution of his persona that I think he would probably want to show. I mean, we just never got an answer on that. So without knowing where the Howdy story was going, without knowing where he is, like, since he's had his time away, without knowing what WWE are asking for, like, it'd be impossible, man. There ain't no one that can predict that. It would just be a complete guess shot in the dark. So is there a chance of it? Sure. But not a guarantee. Good evening to everyone, said Stephen. My partner is 30 weeks today, 7 weeks left. We are both pumped for SummerSlam and hopefully the Fiend. That's no way to talk about your new child. Calling it the Fiend. Lol. New segment tonight. Waller with Bailey and EO. Also, Theory versus Grimes. Rick, shout out to you. Daz said, just one match I would like to see, either at All In or All Out. Swerve and a mystery partner versus Darby and one of the Hardys or Sting. SummerSlam looks great, said Darren, on paper, but what are your top 3 SummerSlams? To be honest, I mean, a lot of mine are going to be going right back because I think, although I did think last year's was very good, if I'm going to be honest. I thought last year's was very good. I think since we started doing SummerSlams in stadiums again, like, it gives it that bigger feel. I was getting frustrated with SummerSlams for a while when they were in just arenas, but I seem to recall 2020 getting a really good review from us. I think it had 2 Asuka matches. I think it had like Asuka against Sasha and Asuka against Bayley. And I think it's where we get the return of Roman. And I think we got like Seth versus Dominic Mysterio in like a pretty fun match as well. I remember that being like scoring like really high. I don't know. We might have gone a bit too high. I seem to remember it being like a 9 or something like this. Like, we were loving that show, having a great time with it. I don't know if it's held up that way now, but I definitely remember that scoring well. Before that, though, I remember them being so-so. I remember them being so-so. I don't remember them really getting any kind of crazy high scores. I don't really remember like returns and all that kind of stuff at SummerSlam. Returns for me have been more the past few years where we've been seeing like returns. I think like you would have a look probably at, trying to think, 92 is special because of Wembley, of course. So, but I don't know that that's the best of cards, but it's such an iconic event for us here in the UK. It's sort of, and it's got one of the greatest matches in Bulldog and Bret Hart. It is very difficult to not say that one. It is difficult to not say that one. I would struggle to not say last year. I think Brock flipping the ring up with the tractor is one of the best moments. I think that is just an incredible moment. So that one definitely gets the nods. I think SummerSlam 92 at Wembley as well. I wasn't really a big fan of like the early SummerSlams with Hogan, but I do like the SummerSlams. Like, I really like Undertaker versus Undertaker. I know the match isn't amazing, but as a kid, I just thought that was just the best. Undertaker versus Undertaker, my favorite superstar. The story made sense. You had $1 Million Man saying that he knew where Undertaker was and he was going to bring him back, and he brings him back. Paul Bearer goes, that's not Undertaker, even though it looked like him, but not really. And then at SummerSlam, he brings back the real Undertaker. And so you get fake Undertaker versus real Undertaker. One's in grey, one's in purple. All the theatre as well. Coffins coming down, urns being opened, light shooting out, all that kind of stuff. Really good, man. Really, really good. And that had Bret Owen in the cage match as well, which, as I said, I've gone back and watched now. It doesn't stand up or hold up anymore for me, because once you know the winner of a cage match, a lot of a cage match is just people trying to rush and climb out. And once you know who wins, all of that just becomes really void. All of that becomes irrelevant because you know that person's not escaping. It's one thing to watch a match and see some great moves being performed and then a pinfall and you know, oh, well, that person doesn't win this, so I know that that won't be a 3. The pinfalls don't take that long, but someone like going over, starting to climb up a cage, it can take a little bit of time. And when you do it repeatedly, like it's a considerable amount of that match, which just it doesn't matter anymore. So 94 is one that's I've got a little soft spot for. Once we go into New Generation, doesn't really stand up. I think there's some decent ones in the Attitude Era. I think there's some good stuff, like with Stone Cold. Obviously, we get Undertaker, Brett as well at SummerSlam. But I just saw someone there mention about 2002, which, if my memory serves me right, is that the one that's Shawn and Triple H and Brock Rock? Because that would be in my top 3. So I think as a rough ballpark, I'd say SummerSlam 2002 felt like a bit of a changing of the guard. Kind of felt like we were coming out of Attitude Era and going into a brave new world, ruthless aggression. And I'd have to go last year's. Last year I was so impressed with it. I mean, Bailey coming back, Io getting called up, Dakota Kai out of nowhere, that amazing Becky and Bianca match, which was fantastic. The Brock and Roman match with the tractor coming down, which was just amazing as well. Logan, you got to say, he did well in his singles match against The Miz. I mean, as much as we don't like him, for one-off matches at big pay-per-views, he does deliver a fun match. He doesn't like dial it in. He's not there just to pick up the check and go home. So like that was really good as well. And I think, am I right in saying we had Usos against Street Profits on that show as well? So yeah, I'm going to be controversial and say last year. I'm going to say Wembley. I'm going to agree with 2002. Cavlog said, who do you think will win the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup? I don't know enough about women's football to really be able to say. I mean, obviously, I'd like it to be England. They haven't looked brilliant, England. They've won a couple of games 1-0. They did get a big win. I think it was against China, like 6 goals, but I don't think that's like much of an achievement. USA, I think they could get somewhere now that they're in the knockout stages. Once you get to the knockout stages, things just, it's do or die. It's sink or swim. There's no more faffing around. Like you're either going to perform or you're going home. And that kind of pressure, if you've got the kind of quality that the USA has got, can like really force a team to perform. It can focus a team. It can snap everything together that hasn't been quite gelling and quite fitting. So I think the USA are going to be fine. Whether they'll go on to win it, I honestly don't know. But who is it that you play next? I think it's Sweden, isn't it? I mean, that is a tough game. But I would not be shocked to see USA just get over the line via penalties, getting a goal in extra time, something like that, squeeze their way through. That would not shock me. That's kind of what I'm expecting. I think England have got a chance, but apparently we're in with some killers, man. We're in with some teams that aren't that big, but have been getting some big results. So England need to be very aware as to the pitfalls that are surrounding them. And we could get caught by one of those pitfalls quite easily. But I'll say England make it through to the semis. I'll say USA get through to the semis. I'll say I've always fancied Spain. I don't know if they're any good, but I've always fancied Spain. I think Spain were really good in the Euros when I watched England play them. And I think they've done all right here as well. I'm hearing good stuff about Japan. I don't know where they are in the thing. I only saw the bracket earlier today. So I think it's going to be those kinds of teams. Australia might be in the mix as well. We are in Australia, and they've got a good little side, apparently. Japan have been playing well, apparently. I don't think you can ever rule out England. I like Spain from what I saw of them in the Euros. That is going back a little now, but what I saw of them in the Euros. And, of course, you can never rule out USA. So who wins it? Don't know. I haven't got enough knowledge, to be honest, when it comes to women's football. To say, oh yeah, it's this team. Plus, I haven't really been watching the World Cup. I've just been keeping up with results, really. And now that we're through the group stage, obviously it's going to grab attention a bit more. Now that we're in the night, kind of the important part, right? People have gone home, like Germany and whatever. So now we're at the point where it's do or die. One team goes through, one team goes home. This is where, for me, this is where the tournament really starts now. This is where things get serious. If you didn't make it through that first bit, well, boo-hoo. you didn't belong, right? It's now it's time for the big girls to stand up. So yeah, I am going to be optimistic and say England. I'm going to be optimistic, but I think there's a few in the running. Krista, shout out to you. Michael said USA all the way. Adam, hello. Triple H press conference will follow straight after SummerSlam tomorrow. WWE have confirmed that Payback is the next premium live event 4 weeks from tomorrow in Pittsburgh. Let's go. Don't forget the Dutch, said Christopher. Have you seen Becky's latest tweet, says Lawrence. I haven't, Lawrence. What did it say? Stephen said football season is back. Ipswich play on Sunday. Do they? Really? Already? Though the lower leagues, like the ones below the Premier League, they do tend to start like a week or so earlier, don't they? Kind of crazy already, though. I mean, I've been enjoying cricket so much. I'm still enjoying cricket. I've been watching the 100, which I've been enjoying immensely. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still in cricket mode, to be honest. The Ashes, England, Australia, that's finished now. Ended after 5 games, it ended 2-2. So it was a draw in the end. But just, oh, God, amazing. Just amazing. 25 days in total of just amazing thrills and spills and moments, and it's just amazing. So I haven't recovered from that yet. So I'm not ready for football seasons to start and all of that. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about ever switching off from wrestling. It's like a constant friend. Wrestle Andy said SummerSlam 93 was iconic with Lex Luger celebrating losing the title. It really was. What a time to be alive. The Lex Express. Yeah, that was quite the moment, wasn't it? I still can't believe they did it. I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking how great it would be to have another interview with Vince. Because remember, he did that interview with Stone Cold. And God, there's just so much stuff you would want to ask Vince. Like, not the allegations or the sale or anything like that, but yeah, I mean, like, that would be a really interesting sort of stream, wouldn't it? Like, if you could get, say, 20 questions that you could ask Vince, like, what would it be? And that might be one that makes my 20, would be, why did you have Lex Luger win by him celebrate as if he had won the title? Like, did you really think that was gonna satisfy the crowd and the viewers, or did you just not really give a flip? Like, I know it's not the biggest thing if you think about the history of WWE, but like something like the Montreal Screwjob, I don't think there's any questions that need to be asked there. We all know that stuff, right? We all know that stuff. But I don't think I ever got an answer on that. I don't think I ever found out why they did that and thought that was a good idea. And, you know, there'd be so many questions, but about things similar to that. Why did you think that would be a good idea type questions? There'd be like thousands of those. But I do think that one's an interesting one because it was the main event. It was for the title. I mean, back then there was only one title, WWE title. You had the mid-card belt and everything, but you only had the WWE Championship. So it was for that championship. Lex Luger had just got the biggest push. I mean, he had been all over the country on the Lex Express. So I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I still don't get it. I still don't understand. It's one of those infamous moments, isn't it? I'm sure if we sat down and thought about it, there'd be loads of amazing questions that we could ask him. But honestly, that one would be in the running. It really would. Darren said, what do you think of Balor winning the title? I'm convinced it's the better storyline with constant tension of Priest cashing in against his teammate. Yeah, I would do it. I haven't got a problem with doing it. I tell you though, would you have Priest cash in straight away? Because what you've just said there sort of suggests you wouldn't. It sort of suggests that you would wait and tease and tension and all that stuff. I think the consensus is that have Priest win and then have Balor win and then have Priest cash in and win immediately. So once again, Balor is denied his long, lengthy title reign. You know, he finally gets back to being a champion again, and immediately it's took away from him again. So I don't know. I can see both sides of that. I can see both sides of that. I can see a third side where Damian tries to cash in, doesn't, costs Balor. Damian has got the briefcase. Balor doesn't have the title, but it's, you know, that is it. Balor has had enough. And then we get the feud between Damian and Balor. No title involved. I could see that as well. Maybe Balor versus Damian Priest, payback, winner gets Money in the Bank briefcase, the briefcase on the line. So Seth can continue to be champion. Balor and Damian Priest can battle over the briefcase. All of that makes sense. You could go that way as well. I think the great thing is that I don't think there's necessarily a right answer. I think it's just what's your preference? Which storyline do you prefer? Do you want Balor as champion, having to watch over his shoulder because Damian could cash in at any point, and we kind of keep running with the Judgment Day for a little bit, but tension? Do you go with Priest cashing in? Priest is the world champion. That would be big. And Judgment Day is over. Maybe Balor goes and sets up a rival group. Judgment Day have to replace Balor with someone. Then we get a bit of a feud war, and you get Balor trying to get that title from Damian Priest. You could go in that direction. That sounds good. Or, as we said, you know, you could do it where Balor and Priest battle over Money in the Bank, and you carry on with Seth being world champion. You could go in that direction as well. I think really it just comes down to which direction they want to go in. All of those sound fine to me. All of them sound fine. So I'm pretty chilled about it. I'm pretty chilled. I would like to see Balor be champion again. I would like to see that. I definitely think he deserves that. So I think part of me, if I could choose something, would choose for Balor to have the title somehow, somewhere, somehow. Like, but I'm not gonna cry. Whatever they come up with, I'm sure I'll be on board with it, because the alternatives all seem quite juicy. You're right. I would tease for a while, then pull the trigger, but Ripley and Dom cost Priest, side him with Balor, and chuck in Priest out of the group. Trini, shout out to you. Stephanie said, rumors are that Seth is taking time away. Charles says, I am making a comeback. Charles is making a comeback. Welcome back, Charles. My favorite is 2003, because I was there, said AB Jobson. Lesnar Angle was epic, plus the Chamber with HBK, Triple H, Goldberg, Taker, and a Coachman heel turn. Russell Andy said SummerSlam 97 is another one that could be in GOAT with Brett versus Undertaker. I agree. Let's get jacked, says Miss Clown. Think it would take us a while to reach your level, buds, of jackedness. Miss Clown ripped. Kieran said, Days, does Gunter reach the record or Drew beat him? It's got to be Gunter beats the record in it. They've already started showing a graphic of how long he's been champion and how long he's got to go. And honestly, it's not long. So, yeah, I feel pretty good that he will make and break that record. I feel pretty good about it. I felt pretty good about that for a long time, in all fairness. I've felt pretty good about that. Even going back to like WrestleMania, I felt like he was going to get past Sheamus and Drew and go on to beat the record. So yeah, now that we're super close to it and they're starting to talk about it, I think it's a bit of a no-brainer for me. I will be stunned, shocked, and even borderline appalled if they do take that title away from him. Anna said, I don't think the Usos will ever leave each other. Blood is thicker than water. LS Dub said the focus on Raw has shifted away from Seth and has moved over to Finn and Judgment Day. Anything Seth does after SummerSlam with the title is just a predictable name for him to beat. There's not much to do. It's not bad, but Macho is the man, said Johnny. Johnny showing some love for Macho Man. Thoughts on Jimmy turning on Jay, said Christopher. Well, I don't see it, to be honest. I don't see it. I think they will look to do a match. I mean, there was an interview that Ariel Hawani did with the Usos, and he said, or they said, that one match they really want to do is them two against each other. It's a match they really want. It's a match they've always wanted. And it's something I think we will see one day. I don't know if it's going to be done in a respectful way. It could be done in a way of, we've done everything there is to do. It's only one match left, and it's to, it's for us to compete against each other on the grandest stage. Like, I don't know. I don't know if people would be into that as a reason. I think people would rather there be a bit of bad blood, So I don't know if they'd get away with being a bit lovey-dovey about it. But yeah, it's one they want. It is one they want. But I don't think it's gonna feature as a part of this, or certainly not SummerSlam. I don't think we're going to go in that direction, although it would be a really good way of getting Jay out of Roman's way, because I do think the next thing for Roman is going to be Bray. And if that is true, how do you get the Usos away from Roman? How do you move them on? Because they've been such a massive part of Roman and Bloodline. It's going to be hard to get them out of the way. Well, one of the ways you could do it is by having them turn on each other. But I don't know. At what point does this just become a bit too much of turning on each other? Everyone's turning on everyone. I know this is a dog-eat-dog world, but we've seen a lot of people turning on people. So I don't know. At what point does it just become another person turning on someone type situation? Like, everyone's thinking Solo could turn on Roman, and Jay turning on, or Jimmy turning on Jay. We had Jimmy turning on Roman. We had Sammy turning on Roman after being abused and whatever. And it's like, there's just a lot of people turning on a lot of people. So don't know. I'm gonna say that I'm not seeing that happen for SummerSlam. But I think there is a chance that we could see that match at some point. Get Drone says, how would you book Gunter for the foreseeable future? How would I book Gunter? Quite simple. Just, put him in matches up until the records and then have him lose. I mean, I really wouldn't book him too far beyond that records, because I think that you need that record to be breakable. If you think no one has broken that record since, is it 88, 89? So no one's broken that record since then, which shows it's a tough record to beat. And the fact that he's going to do it is amazing, but you don't want him to just now go and hold it for another year, because someone's going to have to beat his record one day, and all you're doing is making it harder for yourself further down the road. As soon as he breaks that record, he is on borrowed time, right? He will not keep it long. He shouldn't keep it long after he breaks that record. I would go as far as to say I think he breaks it in, is it September, October? I mean, it really isn't long. So the booking of him is, you know, not much. There's not much you have to do. I mean, probably after this, set up another match which he'll win, and then the next match that he defends the title is the one he could potentially lose. And I really wouldn't continue it too far past that record. The question of who should beat him is one that's come up before. And honestly, I think we could be looking at someone new. I think we could be looking at a bit of a surprise, because I think looking at the baby faces that are on the Raw roster, you've got a few names there that I think are quite exciting that could really benefit. I mean, someone like Chad Gable, I would be totally down for being Chad. And I know he's not new, but it would be new for him to go into like a singles division. He's been a tag team guy for a long time. I know we did Short EG. I'm not counting that. No one's counting that. So he's been in a tag team with Jason Jordan. He's been in a tag team with Robert Roode. He's been in a tag team now with Otis for a long time. He's done a lot of tag stuff. So for him now to out of nowhere just, you know, get an opportunity. I know he got one on Monday. It wasn't for the title. So for him to get an opportunity for the title, win it, and then go off and have like this singles run would be a bit new and a bit out of the blue. So Chad, I think, is someone that the fans would get behind. But I think someone like Johnny Gargano, someone like Tommaso Ciampa, someone like Odyssey Jones, who we haven't even seen yet, but he's a big boy. He's a big boy. He's a lot of fun. Him as Intercontinental Champion could be, again, what a way to debut him. What a way to bring him in this. And he's big as well. I mean, when he stands face to face with Gunther, it's going to look real good. It's going to look real good. If you haven't seen Odyssey Jones, they've got someone that's got some size about it. Not a Moss. Not a Moss. We're not talking about someone that's, you know, anything, oh my God, OMG. Talking about someone that's got a good size to him. He's he can stand toe to toe with Gunther and look absolutely fine. So yeah, someone like him, someone like Johnny, someone like Chad Gable, someone like Tommaso Ciampa. Those are the kinds of names that I was looking at. The other name that kept coming up is Ilya. I think Ilya's a really great shout, but Ilya's not even out of NXT yet, so it's kind of hard to say Ilya because he's still in NXT and seemingly about to move into a feud with Trick Williams by how Tuesday went. So yeah, there's a few names there anyway. We went down the roster, and I mean, loads of names that really inspire, to be honest, on that Raw roster. I think it needs to be someone that would really benefit from it. I think if you are the first person to beat Gunther, I think it means something. And certainly if you're the person that can end this historic title reign as well, I think it means something. So it needs to be someone that you've really got plans to do something with. Which is why, you know, someone like an AJ Styles, right, who I think is on SmackDown anyway, but someone that's been around, that's achieved some stuff that we haven't really done loads with, like for him to do it, unless we were going to massively get behind him or someone of that stature and we were really going to commit to a push, I just think someone new would benefit a hell of a lot more. Someone like an Odyssey Jones, someone like a Tommaso Ciampa, someone like a Johnny Gargano, etc., etc., etc. Trini said, "Dear Days community, I know everyone wants to get their comments read, but spamming doesn't achieve that. Don't spam. Mind your language for the kids, please. You mother." Yeah, Trini, well said. Well said. John said, "The general got the records. He will chop his way to the world championship." I'm great, Demon, excited for SummerSlam. Where has he been? Is he still on the roster? Who? Omos. Omos is on the roster. I think we looked, and I don't think there's an injury or anything. To be honest, I think he is someone you should use as an special attraction. I don't think he is someone you should necessarily see week in, week out. I think he's someone you bring in when you need that little, like, you know, you know, you've got a baby face that needs a monster, needs a challenge, and like, oh my god, here's Omos. Someone that needs a tag partner, oh my god, here's Omos. Like, you use him for that kind of a thing rather than, you know, week in, week out, just beating job. You know, him coming in and beating a load of jobbers doesn't do anything. So I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to be going down those roads. So he's still on the roster, and I'm sure we'll see him again. I don't know, maybe Saudi. I mean, that's the kind of person that the Saudis enjoy seeing, isn't it? They like Saudis. I think the Saudis are into very much the show. I think there's an appreciation for the wrestling, of course, but you know, they like the kind of Omos type characters, you know, Great Khali type characters. Yeah, was it the King of Saudi, the Princess, High Prince, whatever he's called? He wanted Yokozuna, didn't he, for that greatest Royal Rumble? Hence why they went out and got a sumo wrestler. There was a sumo in the greatest Royal Rumble. There was an actual bona fide sumo wrestler that we had never seen in WWE before, just because we couldn't give him Yokozuna, right? I think he wanted Ultimate Warrior as well. I don't think we had a replacement. I don't think there is a replacement for the Ultimate Warrior, in all fairness. So I don't think we could fulfill that request. But yeah, I think they love those kind of larger than life type, which, you know, we all do. But Amos doesn't really get the same level of respect and love, does he, in America? Instead, in the Western world, we're just like, this guy can't wrestle. What's this guy? What, my eyes? What, he's burning my eyes? What have I done to deserve this rubbish? Whereas I feel a little more in Saudi Arabia, they're in awe of his size a little more, right? Do you think there will be lots of interference in Reigns Jay, considering it's anything goes? Would Sammy come out and back up Jay? I'm not expecting Sammy. It's not to say it couldn't happen, but I'm not expecting Sammy. I mean, of course, I think we see Solo. I think we see Jimmy. I mean, I could see Jimmy dealing with Solo. Whether Sammy is going to want to come down and get involved, I mean, I feel like he's a bit out of it now. I don't know that I could see him coming down, but he's not on the card, in all fairness. He's not on the card, so if they wanted to find a way of getting him on, that would be a way of doing it. I think, no, to be honest, I'm expecting Solo and Jimmy to get involved. I think Roman wins, and then afterwards, I think we see Bray. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen, but certainly there's so many different ways that it could go that it doesn't mean it is going to go that way. But that's currently where my head's at with, like, you know, what we're looking at. So as I said, I feel pretty good that we could get Roman Bray and it being payback, and there's lots of rumors about Bray coming back. I've never understood the conversations about Bray and Cody. I've never understood that. I know that Bray blames Cody for stuff in the past and Husky Harris, and there's a story that could be told. But at the moment, both are baby faces. You know, if Bray was a heel, then I would be a bit more on board with, like, oh yeah, okay, he's going to go after Cody. But with Bray being like a face, it doesn't really make a great deal of sense for him to go after Cody. So, and plus also Roman is going to need another challenger, unless we're going to do a Jey Uso rematch. But what with it being payback, that's what's making me think Bray, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, that's the way that I've got it mentally playing out. Arsenio said, I'm not as hyped for SummerSlam. I've got a feeling it's going to be poo, apart from Roman versus Jay. Well, the only thing I would say is that they haven't let us down so far this year. I think every premium live event has delivered. The only one that, but I still had fun with it, that probably was a little below what I was hoping for was Backlash. I thought Backlash, I think it was Cody Brock main event, which was it's okay. I think the Bianca Io match was amazing. The Damian Priest losing to Bad Bunny, I thought was just offensive. Obviously, there was lots of like Carlito coming out and Savio Vega coming out. That was really cool. So that was a nice moment. But seeing like Damian Priest lose a street fight to Bad Bunny, it really hurt my soul. Like my actual soul ached. I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know that your soul could actually like ache and actually like, you know, suffer trauma. But my soul did that night. And I mean, Zelina against Rhea. I think we all knew what was going to happen there. So, yeah, I kind of feel like, but great crowds. Got to say, that was a great crowd. Really enjoyed that crowd. So, yeah, that's the only one that I'd be a bit like, but I still remember at the end of it, like saying, yeah, that was, you know, that was fun. Still got something from it. I don't think it was a disaster or anything along those lines. Still thought it delivered something. So, yeah, I thought Rumble was amazing. I think Sammy going for the title in Montreal was amazing. I think WrestleMania was really good. I think WrestleMania, the Backlash we just spoke about. What was after that then? Was it missing one? Night of Champions is in there, isn't it? Night of Champions was really good. Night of Champions was really good. So really enjoyed Night of Champions. Money in the Bank was awesome. That was a really strong showing, Money in the Bank. So, yeah, I think they've done really well. So you look at the cards, and there's potential on the cards. Someone like Drew Gunter, I mean, that could legit be Match of the Year for WWE. Legit, that could hit 5-star territory. The story and emotion of Jay and Roman and everything that's online there, I mean, that could be epic. Asuka, Bianca, Charlotte could just be a fun mess. Would be a fun mess. You're bound to get like amazing imagery out of Logan and Ricochet, aren't you? I mean, that's going to be, you know, amazing. How's that going to fail? So, like, there's a lot in there, like, to get excited for. I think there's a lot there that could come good. Is it the strongest match cards? I agree. I'd say no. It's not the strongest match card I've seen, but it's, you know, it's all right. It's all right. I'm still hyped for it. And I just think that you look at what Triple H has done with the premium live events, he tends to deliver. Jim said, sadly, the Ultimate Warrior replacement, aka Renegade, had sadly passed away. R.I.P. Renegade. With his face paint that just had an R on his face, I believe. wasn't quite the same level, was it, of impressive? But in any department, in all fairness. Do you think there will be lots of interference? Oh, we answered that one. Days, hello, chat. Football new season. The championship starts tomorrow. Come on, you Blues. Play in the Swansea. Keep right on, said Christopher. Christopher, shout out to you. Trini said, according to Google, the tribal combat match means anything goes, but no interference either. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was just anything goes. Can't wait to see Bobby have cooked tonight days heads. Hurricane Mayhem, shout out to you. Alex said, have you had anything adventurous to eat as of late? You've been out and about a bit to the Cricket and Wrestling Shop Live. Well, no, I mean, Wrestling Shop Live, I was there all day and I really wasn't eating. Did have a kebab one night, which is quite nice. I haven't had a kebab in years. So, you know, the meat that's on that kind of circle thing that rotates around and they shave it off, scrape it into some sort of naan bread or pita bread or something. I think they go by different names. I've seen them called, is it a gyro or something? We don't have that here. I don't know what a gyro is. I've just seen places abroad that say gyros, and then it's, you know, basically kebab. We call them kebabs. So, yeah, I mean, I had one of those. That was first time in ages that I'd had one of those. Lovely. A little bit of salad, a little bit of chili sauce in there. Thank you very much. Outside of that, though, I mean, at the cricket, just drinking, to be honest. And what did I have to eat? I did have something at the cricket. I can't remember. I don't think it was anything that exciting. Cause I can't even. It's probably just like a burger, something like that. So expensive. It's so expensive. I'm going to the cricket again soon, actually. Gonna watch Birmingham play soon. So I'm quite excited for that. I'm loving cricket right now. It turns out that this has been one of the most cricket summers I can ever remember for me. Normally, if England are playing, I'll always watch England. But just, England, Australia is the biggest one. And that was this summer. And it's been so good that I'm now just like watching other teams. And I'm watching Birmingham at the moment. So, yeah, I'm going to go back to Birmingham, Edgbaston, have a few drinks, grab some food, watch the cricket, have a day out. Don't worry, there'll be some on the channel. I'll have a video ready. So you'll not be denied. But, yeah, loving it at the moment. But no, nothing really adventurous. John said, diamonds are forever, and so is days. Well, so is SummerSlam, and that is tomorrow. Days, thank you for the shout out. You're a blue in my eyes, said Christopher. You're a blue in my eye. I don't even know what that means, but thank you. Next time you're here, I'll take you for some good foods. Yeah, we should do that, Miss Clown, actually, because I've got a feeling, because I don't massively know London. I've been to London a fair few times for different bits and bobs. I've gone to a few places that I've thought have been quite interesting, but I don't know, man. I think you've probably got the local knowledge on me. I reckon you know more better places than what I do, so I'd be totally down for having a few more drinks and having a little hitting some of the cool spots in London. I'd be totally down for that. Bishop Days, quick question. When is Bron Breakker going to the main roster? Don't know. The thoughts was that it was going to be after SummerSlam, but Bron's in a feud right now with Von Wagner. I mean, he could get called up and then do the match with Von Wagner and then leave NXT, of course. I mean, it doesn't mean that he still can't get called up. To be honest, I don't think there really is a, like, you can't say, oh, he's done 3 years, that's it, It comes down to, is the creative there? I mean, they have got so many people on the main roster that, do they need him right now? That would be probably the big question to ask. Is he needed right now? Would they be able to do something with him that would be of use? So only they know that as to where they are in regards to that. There had been a few thoughts that he could be coming up after SummerSlam, but seemingly not, judging by the fact he's got a match with Von Wagner next week on NXT. So might have to just wait a little bit longer, but I think we're there or thereabouts. Feels like we're there or thereabouts. I mean, I don't think he needs another title run, or I think his promos are okay. Certainly don't think I don't think his in-ring's okay. Neither blow me away. I think he's got a really good look, but he's still young. And actually what he needs is to go to the main roster, put into practice what he's learned, make a few mistakes, maybe, maybe just, get up and running, and just get going. A little bit like, you look at Liv Morgan. When she went to the main roster, in my opinion, she wasn't ready. And I said that at the time. I mean, for me, she was in Riot Squads, and she was only there to kind of make up the numbers and be a bit of a pretty face. And I think they had high hopes for her. So they pulled the trigger early, brought her up. I didn't think she was that great. Then, she's doing house shows. She's, doing the stories. She's getting a bit of promo time. She's getting tagged in. She's getting into a bit of the action. And it's just one of them, isn't it? The more that you're doing it, the more you kind of learn and raise your game. And I don't think anyone would say that she's not main roster caliber now, And she has been for a while, a good few years. And I think with Bron, he is in a similar situation. I think he would go up. I think he would not be, completely ready out the door. But really, you don't really learn that stuff or get where you need to go until you're actually doing it. So I just think they need the right creative for him, and then boom, we're off to the races. Let's dance. Thank you for the kind words, my friend. Brogan said, I don't know if we've already answered this. Who do you think will win out of Solo or Jay? Well, tonight, to be honest, I don't think it really matters. I think that really this seems to just be set up to take something out of Jay in ready for tomorrow. So I don't think it's necessarily about who wins. I think it's more about, can they beat up Jay? Can they take a bit out of Jay so he goes into tomorrow weakened? I think if Jay wins, but Solo has been able to beat him up and actually leave him, like, you know, beaten and down and in pain and, you know, not in the best place 24 hours before SummerSlam and this monster match, I think Roman and Solo would end the show laughing their heads off at that. So it's not so much about who's going to pick up the dub on this one. So maybe that's the way it goes. Perhaps it goes with Solo losing but beating up Jay and standing tall. And it's like, can Jay do it? Like, can Jay stand up to the tribal chief tomorrow? Or maybe they go the other direction and Jay is able to pick up the win, evade Solo, and Roman is frustrated at the fact that Jay has not been beaten up and he's actually going to go into tomorrow fresh. Again, you know, that would for me be the story of, you know, how beaten up is Jay going into tomorrow's SummerSlam. Arsenio said, I was so hoping SummerSlam is going to be a 9 tomorrow. James said, SmackDown is not boring. Don't need the bloodline tonight, says Kirby. Tommy Toy Travels in the chat says, I know you are, but what am I? Tommy, hope you're well. Triple T also firing in a brilliant comment there. WWE. I think that says I think that sums up what I've been saying in the last hour in just 3 letters. WWE. I mean, it's why we're here, isn't it? That's why we're all here. We're all here for WWE. Where are they going with Lashley and the Street Profits? Could they appear somewhere on the card, says Darren. Could they? Maybe. They do a pretty good job, though, of trying to build and tell stories away from the pay-per-views. So, you know, Money in the Bank, for example, we built up and did the tag titles against Pretty Deadly. We did Kevin and Sammy against Pretty Deadly. That was on the go home. They didn't feature Money in the Bank, so it was something that they built up, like, you know, away from it. And there's been a few other bits and bobs that they've kind of been doing either side. You know, we've seen title matches on go home shows or the Raw after. Look at Becky and Trish. Everyone thought, myself included, that would be on SummerSlam. It isn't. It's been moved to Raw in a couple of weeks. So, you know, they're quite good at telling stories away from the pay-per-view. And so I think this might be another example of that, where, you know, we've got some interesting things going on that aren't going to pay off at SummerSlam, and not everything is going to build at SummerSlam. A little bit like, you know, Raquel and Rhea. That's another example of something that's building away from SummerSlam. Could have built that up for SummerSlam. We haven't. There might be, I don't know if there's a little injury there, actually, and maybe there's a bit of a delay as a result of that. But either way, you know, it's another example of us building up something away from the pay-per-view. So I think there's every chance that Bobby and Street Profits is another example of that. If they wanted to give them a little segment, they could do that as well. I remember last year's SummerSlam, we had LA Knight and Maximum Male Models advertise water. I mean, I don't think water needs advertising personally, but they did advertise some brand of bottled water. And so I'm not saying that Bobby and Street Profit's going to do that, but they could give them a little segment just to build up the fact that this new faction is coming, and give them, you know, a little backstage thing. where maybe they say they're going to keep an eye on someone tonight, or maybe they're in like a box watching the action and we just see them sat like watching as you know, the three of them in suits. We know that Dawkins has got a new wardrobe, so maybe we see them all sat in suits just kind of watching the action. Could get something like that as well. So plenty of things that we can do with those guys. I love it. I think it's a great faction. I love all of them that are involved. Bobby, Street Profits, I think they're all credible. And I think you could add someone else. I think you could add a female. I think you could add Bianca. Man, there's so much that you could do with it. I'm really excited for that faction. In fact, there's quite a bit going on in WWE that I think is really good at the moment. Really good at the moment. And just whilst Tommy had popped in there, we do talk about this stuff on the Wrestling Escape Pod as well. The Wrestling Escape Pod on a Tuesday. It's got its own channel. Me and Tommy did our predictions for SummerSlam Tuesday just gone. We were really getting into some bits and bobs about SummerSlam. And I've said to people as well, I want you guys to send your thoughts. So you can actually record little audio of yourselves, video if you want to, but I'll take audio or video, whatever, where you just share 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes if you want, of your thoughts. And we'll look to play them on that episode and then sort of discuss them and chuck it around. So, that's something that I want to do more of. I want to get more people sending in their thoughts so that we can play them, talk about them, react to them. That's not something that we ever really get a chance to do over here because we're always building to a live show and talking about what the show's going to be, and then we watch the show and then we go. So we don't really get that kind of time after to do like a bit of a recap, review, breakdown, all that stuff. I tend to do those as separate videos, but they obviously are a couple of minutes long. I keep them short so that they're easy for people that missed the show. So this is where I think the Wrestling Escape Pod can like really come into its own and be that kind of podcast for the community, for you lot to have, which is what it was designed for in the first place, in all fairness. But it's something that I just haven't mentioned enough really on these streams. But I've got a bit more focus now. I've kind of got the house in order. I kind of know where everything is and what we need to do. So, wrestlingdays@gmail.com. Send over your audio clips, visual clips, whatever you want to send over. Try and keep it at 30 seconds, a minute, kind of around that ballpark, just because the episode's only an hour long. So straight away, if 60 people were to send them in, there's an hour already. So that's always my concern. My concern is that if loads of people send in 5-minute videos, I mean, I wouldn't be able to play them, would be the problem, because then it gets a bit too much. So that's why we have to kind of keep it limited. But I reckon you can still get across your key points within that kind of a time frame. So yeah, that's on a Tuesday. And obviously this Tuesday, we're going to be going in on the fallout from SummerSlam, Raw. Raw's a real good one, actually, because we can talk about on Tuesday, we can talk about SummerSlam, but obviously a lot of channels would have done that already. But we can talk about Raw and how some of those stories have progressed. And then we can also talk about where those stories are going, i.e. SmackDown that's coming up, or next week's Raw, or the next pay-per-view, or whatever, right? So I kind of think it being on a Tuesday is kind of a good spot for it to be in, because it means we can hit the pay-per-view and Raw, and it's all fresh in the memory, and then we do it on a Tuesday. So that's what I'm looking at for that. Gaming Clan said, I heard a lot of rumors saying Bray will return tonight to help Jay against Solo and Roman. Aaron said, I haven't heard those rumors personally, but I do think he will be at SummerSlam. I'm at 75%, so could they have him coming in tonight to get everyone hyped about him potentially being there tomorrow? Maybe. I don't know. I think a return of that size, would you do it the night before Summer? Wouldn't you just do it at SummerSlam? Don't know. Sort of think I'd just do it at SummerSlam. SummerSlam has had some big returns in recent years. So I'm thinking not tonight. If I was a gambling man, I'd say not tonight. I'd say tomorrow. But I don't know. WWE have shown time and time again that you can never quite know what they're thinking. Maybe they do surprise us tonight. But I'm all right with not being surprised tonight as long as it comes tomorrow. I'm all right with tomorrow being the day of surprises. Tonight, for me, is a bit just Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve tonight. I don't need to be surprised. I don't need presents on Christmas Eve. Maybe one. I like to open one on Christmas Eve. But no more. Gets greedy otherwise. Right, we are going to be going over to the show. We got 3 minutes to go. Edward, shout out to you. I've messaged you. Can you reply after the stream? Where have you messaged me? Where have you messaged me? William said, Days, no matter how hard you try, the WEP is not going to be about wrestling. I love when you and Tommy just talk about random life. Well, I absolutely loved this week's episode of the WEP. I think it's one of the best episodes we've done this year because what really stood out to me was that we spoke about SummerSlam, so we really got into SummerSlam, but just natural conversation. I mean, naturally, we got into a conversation about how girls like bad boys or something like this, right? And we just went off, and it's one of those where it will just naturally go off into different conversations. But I think it's right that at its core, what anchors it all together is still like wrestling conversation. So I am interested in those moments where we do go off. Definitely love those. But I think we should have something that brings us back to the topic of wrestling. And that's where I think, you know, but this is where people can send in voice messages about SummerSlam, Raw, all this. If someone wants to throw in something a bit random, I've got no problems with that. Got no problems with that at all. So, you know, we've touched a lot of topics recently, wrestling and non-wrestling. And I don't really want to stray into like politics. Sometimes I don't say that we do, but I think sometimes can't really help it because there's a lot of stuff in the world that just is political as well. I don't really want to go into that because it's, you know, I don't think that's too fun to listen to. There's other channels that do that. But I think there's, you know, plenty of stuff we can talk about, plenty of stuff that we can get our teeth into. If it's wrestling or even if it's non-wrestling, I'm open to it. I think it's something we should just touch on and talk about a little bit more on the streams. Not sure about you, but I am crazy over Roman versus Jay. To be honest, it feels like most of the story and the build has been stemming for months and concluded at Money in the Bank, said Big Time Baxter. I am on board. I'm on board. I wouldn't say this is actually my favorite part of the Bloodline story. I think I'm really missing the humor. I mean, I thought Sammy just brought the humor in the Bloodline story, and there's not been loads of humor since he left. And I'm sort of missing that. There's still some great, incredible moments, though. You know, I still think that it's captivating and it's still kind of edge of the seat stuff. I'm struggling to believe that Jay is going to beat Roman. And I think, to be honest, more than that, I don't think Jay should beat Roman. I don't feel that he is the right person to do it. So he's not the right person. I know he is for some, but he's not the right person for me. And that's a bit of a problem when, like, Sammy, I was so desperate for Sammy to do it. And I was on board with Cody finishing the story. I don't want Jay to do it. That's going to sound bad, but I don't want Jay to do it. I like Jay a lot, but for me, his one half of the Usos is great in the Usos. Don't see him being this big solo star. Don't see him being the face of the company. I don't see him being Roman's replacement. And I think that's what the person should be that beats Roman. Starting with LA Knight. Right, we are underway with SmackDown. LA Knight comes out. It's another example of them knowing how over he is. I mean, starting with LA Knight. He's going to very much grab people's attention. I drove 600 miles to see LA Knight. Apparently, a fan sign says there's some people holding up some yeah letters. Give the people what they want. We're starting it off with the megastar, says Wade Barrett. LA Knight's got the microphone and he's pointing it at the crowds. Yeah, there's that sign. Lots of yeah signs in the crowds. So he's doing a promo first. $25 man, apparently. Have we got a graphic of who's in it? Oh, here we go. Arian Cross, Grayson Waller, Shinsuke, Miz, AJ Styles, Riddle, Santos Escobar, LA Knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not many. 9. 9 people announced. Everyone's got a chance, says LA Knight. Crowd booing at the Miz. King Yeti said UK days, yeah. King Yeti, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. Only way Jay beats Roman is if The Rock helps him, says Berger. Edward said I messaged you on Twitter. Twitter? Don't you mean X? Is there any news on how long Buddy Matthews will be out with a shoulder injury? Don't know. Not my bag. Here's Sheamus. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. Night night. Night night. Okay, so Sheamus making his way down. LA Santa's got 2 matches at SummerSlam, Battle Royal and US title. US titles not at SummerSlam, but okay, so Sheamus, LA Knight. Twitter changing to X. Does that mean that Twitter is trademarkable? Trademarkable. Don't know. LA Knight chants as Sheamus is in the ring. Knee to the midsection by Sheamus. Sheamus is going to heal it up now. Feel a bit sorry for Sheamus. He has put banger after banger after banger on. Yeah, crowd were really behind Sheamus. He actually came out and said that he thinks WWE wasted his momentum after Clash at the Castle. I would have to agree. I think they did. I don't think they capitalized on where he was around that time, about 12 months ago, coming out of that win with loss against Gunther. It felt like a win because of the reaction he got. I have to agree. I don't think they capitalized on it. But isn't that the WWE way? Elbow by LA Knight. Sheamus needs a dub, said Kirby. Huffing that go home show of the summer that slams, said Godfather's Ho. It will also be a boring show tonight, mark my words. Also, Punk and the Elite will come face to face at Wembley. I'll dump in my shorts. Thank you, said Godfather's Ho. Thank you. Both guys spill to the outsides. Sign in the crowd says boo earns. Here's Santos Escobar making his way down. So Santos coming down. Miz coming down. Grayson coming down. We're seeing the Battle Royal participants coming down. Carrion coming down with Scarlett. LA Knight on the outside of the ring. It's going to be 10 beats and a battering. No, back elbow. Here's AJ and Meechin coming down. Come on down. Everyone's coming down. Imagine if for the next 2 hours we just bring out different superstars. Wouldn't that be a treat? Nails, come on down. Ryback, come on down. Hornswoggle, come on down. Tony Khan, come on down. I think LA Knight acknowledging his heat is a tricky play. Hit or miss, he can appear too cocky and be destroyed, says William. Days, come on down. Sugar Boy said the Battle Royal sounds like some random garbage. Random garbage. Random garbage. Mitchell said, you're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Come on down. Twitter with the X is so stupid, says Prince Moolah. Lumberjill match. Come on down. The Price is Right. Boogeyman man, come on down. Evening Days, hope you're good. It's now basically been a year of Triple H. How do you think it's been overall? I think it's been progressive. I think we are heading in for a real boom period. I think it's been good. I think it's been a step in the right direction. I don't think it has... I think progressive is a good word. I think it's been evolution, not revolution. I think that it's been a little more of the good stuff, a little less of the bad stuff. I think we've had some fantastic storytelling in regards to the bloodline. We really strapped the horses to that. It's not been perfect, though. We've got quite a healthy list of creative stuff that he's done that I think has been rubbish. But yeah, overall, I would say it has been positive. I'd say it's been positive. I'm not someone that is madly in love with it and thinks it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know, I've not completely abandoned my senses. I do think it's been, as we say, you know, a good, healthy step in the right direction. But I do look at like Austin Theory's cash in. That still bugs me. I think it was rubbish. I look at Liv Morgan's title run where we've, you know, tapping out to Ronda, which, you know, I know that was like 12 months ago, but still happened under Triple H's watch. And I still think it was rubbish. And even Liv thinks it was rubbish. I still think that was rubbish. I still think it was wrong to not pull the trigger on Sammy as well. But that one doesn't bother me as much because that was just a decision, wasn't it? But I think where we got with Sammy was so special. And he'd really put the work in as well. And, oh man, to build up that kind of Montreal moment and not pull the trigger for me, that one was a real disappointment. But listen, you have disappointments in wrestling. I think that is just a bit different to the others, which I think was bad booking. I don't think that was particularly bad booking. It just didn't go the way I wanted. Just didn't go the way I wanted. So yeah, you know, I think it's been positive overall. I think it's been definitely a step in the right direction. Right, we do have these people around ringside. I just got an AEW commercial on Fox, says Dark Angel. Some random guy who jumped on the barricade. Come on down, said Sugar Boy. Kim said, if Sheamus wins an IC title, he will be the ultimate Grand Slam champion, which is a Grand Slam champion and a Rumble, Money in the Bank, and Ling of the Ring winner. Ling of the Ring! Yeah! I love Ling of the Ring. It's my favorite tournament. Edge did it, but with the WCW US title, says Kim. Kim, shout out to you. Some good knowledge. LA Knight, right, we are underway. We've got Grayson, Miz, Escobar, AJ, Michin, Scarlett, Brawling Brutes, all around ringside. Shots coming in there by LA Knight, driving Sheamus back. Against the ropes goes Sheamus. Kick coming in. Sheamus again going against the ropes. Scoop, slam, power slam by LA Knight to Sheamus. LA Knight goes against the ropes. Drops the elbow. Picks up Sheamus. Sheamus on the shoulders of LA Knight. Plants him down. Sheamus 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Carry and cross. Laughing. Crowd's clapping away as LA Knight gets back up to his feet. Grayson and Miz next to each other. Maybe a sign to come of a future story or a tag team, maybe, says Eric. Roll up by Sheamus. No joy. LA Knight comes over. Backbreaker. Irish curse. Irish curse. Backbreaker. Sheamus going over to the corner, grabbing LA Knight, picks him up, puts him on his shoulder. Climbing up, Sheamus climbing up. LA Knight, can he get the win? Can he get momentum? White noise. 1, 2. Shoulder up, kick out by LA Knight. LA Knight kicks out of that massive white noise. That was nasty, said Kirby. LA elbow drop is a total troll move, said NYC Mano War. My feeling tells me LA Knight is going to lose. Where's Zed? Just at work and I'm just stopping by. Where? Shout out to you. Right, Sheamus. Cloverleaf. Cloverleaf applied by Sheamus. LA Knight is a little bit away from the ropes. Yeah, it's going to be tricky for him to get to the ropes and break this. He's crawling over. And he does get there. He does get there, much to the frustration of the Brawling Brutes. So he does manage to break the holds. He's trying to kick away at Sheamus. Sheamus going over to the corner. LA Knight back up on his feet, charging over. Big boot there by Sheamus. Sheamus goes down. Trying to get back up top. Very athletic there by Sheamus. Sheamus perched. Getting ready. Looks like he's a bit out of puff at the moment, though, Sheamus. Struggling a little here as LA Knight jumps up. Ah, botch. Botch. Tried to, botch. Ah, the whole thing's a botch. Botchy, botch, botch. Botchity, botch, 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 botch. Oh, everywhere a turn. Botches. LA botch. Yeah. Botchmas. Let's go, Botchmas. The ball in botch. Austin Theory comes down. And now there's a big brawl. Pete Dunne jumps onto the back of Carrion. I mean, the whole thing's just breaking down right now. Breaking down. LA Sweaty Botch. The botching brutes. The botching botches. Botchmas. LA Botch. And the brawling botches. Jessica Carr was involved as well somehow. She's Jessica Botch. Botchica Carr. Smack Botch. Smack Botch. Oh, brogue by Sheamus. To Miz. 1, 2, 3. LA Botch beats Botchmas. Carrion comes in. They're still brawling. They're still fighting. It's just... we need to get some order. We need to get some order. Sweet botch music. Sweet botch music. He's just a sexy botch. Sexy botch. Tomorrow night, presented by Slim Jim, Summer Botch. The Botch Royal. Slim Jim presents the Botch Royal. Botch line. The Botch line. My favorite finishing move. Very good. The Tribal Botch. Yeah. The brawling botches with Rich Botchland and Botch. Botch! Botch! Why can't they just call him Pete Dunne instead of Botch? Yeah! Botch Slam, Botch Rocket. Cheese Botcher. The Big Botch Man. The Big Botch Man. If you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia, you better toe the line, respect the law, and order yourself hard time. Because the Big Botch Man. Yes. Oh. Well, I'm having fun. Russell Danny said, I've got a feeling Brock might win tomorrow. Seems like they're setting it up with Cody being injured going into the match. Don't you? Come on. I mean, you could be right, but this is what they do, isn't it? Cody's injured. How's he going to overcome the odds? And then, oh my God, he's overcome the odds. Isn't it just going to be that again for the rest of our lives? Isn't it just going to be that forever? Cody's injured. How's he going to do it? Oh, look, he's done it. Oh, well, he's done it. It's just going to be that again and again and again and again and again. Never ending. The Forbidden Botch. Botchamania running wild. The American Botch. America. Botch. Common Botch. Working hard at his botch, 'cause he's an American botch. The botch, the botch. Yes. Carl Botch, Carl Botch. Frank Botch, Carl Botch. The Underbotcher. Botch you gonna do? Botch you gonna do when Botch goes wild on you, says Cavlog. Very good. These are why have we never thought of some of these? I've never thought of some of these. These are brilliant. Tickle the Botchy, said Billy. The Botcher of Worlds. Botcho Man. Oh, yeah. Botch it. Very good. Very good. NXT, Botch and Golds. Botch Lesnar, question mark. Liv Morgan's new catchphrase, botch me. Botch me. Very good. Very good. Has Days taken something? No, I just think you lot are coming up with some great suggestions. Proper tickling me. I'm being tickled. Right, we do need to get back to the action, though. And we need to congratulate John Botch for having the #1 movie in the US and worldwide, Hidden Botch, on NetBlock. Botch. Botch, 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 botch. I can't stop it. Botch, botch, botch. Everything in my head's just botch, botch, botch. Lots of arguing backstage. Brawling Brutes. OC. If you want to go to the ring now. So Pierce makes Brutes versus OC tonight. Ain't nobody better than me. Progressive match flow, guys. Progressive match flow coming up. Mitchell said Simon Gotch, or as he's known now, Simon Botch. Simon Botch. This is my favorite video package they've ever done. My absolute favorite video package. It's Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, in a very emotional video package. Oh, I love you, but I hate you at the same time. Oh, God. Gets you right there, doesn't it? Gets you right there. Ian, you're crying. No one died. I don't get it. No one died. If Cody had somehow tragically passed away and this was like a video package for his life, I'd be, you know, I'm right there. I'm right there. I'm glad it's not happened, but I'd be like, yes. But it's not. This is a video package to build to a match. A match. A match. Love you, but I hate you at the same time. I just don't care. I don't understand. It is the greatest video pack. There is no video package better. I want every video package to be forced to have this music. Every single one. People are still going with the botch. British Brutus botch cake. Greatest video package. Super girl shout. This feels so romantic, says Fadra. I know. I think I'm falling in love with Brock Lesnar. He is a bit cute. And then, come on, we can't fight. Something about this song is getting me all confused. Mitchell said, no lie, this package made me think that Cody is going to propose to Brock Lesnar. Oh, my God. Just like John Cena did with Nikki Bella at WrestleMania. We've said before, sometimes we do hurt the ones we love the most. The most. Maybe that's what's going on here. If I'm Brandy Rhodes, I'm looking at this. I'm seriously worried. I'm seriously concerned. Right now, I'm thinking he's leaving me for Brock Lesnar. This is operating on a different level. He's going to propose to Brock tomorrow or congratulate him on graduating from school. Is this the kind of thing they do when they graduate from school? Do they make these types of video packages when you leave school? Because I didn't get one of these. You and I, same time. We saw this on Raw, didn't we? Oh, this ain't our first time enjoying this. In fact, I've watched it every night. 20 times. I watch it twice every hour. Right, well, there we go. Botchy the Brain. The Botch Night. Senior videos. Did you finish school? Says, oh, maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. If only I'd finished school. Okay, we've got Lesnar Rhodes graphic on screen live tomorrow. SummerSlam tomorrow, man. SummerSlam? That ain't no little show. SummerSlam, it doesn't feel like it. Right, Brawling Brutes are coming out now. Have we got like a shortage of superstars tonight? Are they all doing preparations for SummerSlam? Because we've heard this music already, haven't we? Didn't they play this when Sheamus came out? We're not even half an hour into the show. And we've heard the same music twice. Brawling Brutes. OC. Yeah, this probably is going to be a bit of yeah, it's go home, and it's probably going to have a bit of a go home feel. Remember, boys and girls, this is the go home, said Ernest. Real said it's the worst summer scam card ever. Inside Out and again said, are you streaming Diaz McGregor? Diaz McGregor? What, Diaz McGregor? Darkside said, the botch makes me wonder if LA Knight is ready for the big push. Whose botch is it? LA Knight, yeah. Steve Botchman? Just because it's a go home doesn't mean it needs to be mid, said DFS Chief. No, but it does mean it probably will be mid. It probably will be mid. No, it's I don't mind. I'm ready for just whatever they're gonna serve. Whatever it is they're serving up, I'm gonna gobble it down tonight. Whatevs. It's all about tomorrow, innit? It's all about tomorrow. Cody loves wrestling but hates Brock. when we are getting another toy hunt, it would have been cool getting one for SummerSlam. There's one that looks like it'll be up for Sunday. Dark Angel said, I've been thoroughly entertained in the first 30 minutes. I agree. What are your thoughts on Abdullah the Botcher? Abdullah the Botcher? WrestleMania said, Bianca Bell Botch. What about The Rock, says Joe. What about The Rock? Will he be at SummerSlam? I think there's a chance. I said, like, the writer's strike, I think, is interesting. I don't know how that's going to affect him, but if one of his projects or whatever he's working on is having to take a bit of a forced break at the moment, there could be a window in the schedule that maybe wasn't there before. So could he appear at SummerSlam? Not in a wrestling capacity at all, but just, you know, have Grayson Waller in the ring calling out The Rock, trash talking The Rock, and then The Rock's music hits and out he comes. Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I really don't rule that out. Just a cool, fun little moment. I know people want him and Roman. I don't think this is that. If he's going to come out, I think it could be Grayson. Grayson's obviously been talking about him for a few weeks now, so... But yeah, I just think the writer strike is interesting. Obviously, the fact Grayson's been talking about him is interesting. It's hard to know if Grayson's doing it because they've got a plan, or are they doing it just to troll the fans? Because Grayson could be doing it because he knows it'll get people talking. It's a perfectly good thing for him to do, isn't it? So, yeah, it's hard to know the real reason as to why he's doing it, but we ain't got long to find out. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll find out the reason tomorrow, won't we? If it was just a bit of a troll job, then obviously Rock won't show up. But if they have been planting seeds, we could be seeing the Great One tomorrow. Right. Going back to the show we was at commercial break, it is going to be Brawling Brutes versus OC coming up next. What are your thoughts on the SummerSlam card? What are you hyped out of 10? I don't think it's the strongest card. I think there's still potential for it to be a great show. I think Triple H has been doing a really good job with the premium live events this year. So my hype level's probably about an 8. Probably about an 8. I think that's fair. Here's Jey Uso backstage. Why was that in red? Suppose it was a bit Uso tribal. Looked a bit raw, didn't it? I got the impression it was a bit of a raw type graphic, but right, we've just got the OC coming down. We got like an OC CGI. Why did he check out that girl as well? Yeah, it is. I just saw it's just like tribal, so Samoan. So Jay backstage getting ready to face Solo Sikoa. Diaz or Paul? I think Paul wins. Finally, putting the Good Brothers in a match, says Sakila. Elbow there by Gallows. It's true, actually. We don't get a chance to see much of these guys at all. Ridge Holland over in the corner. Gallows collides into him. Tag being made. In comes Carl Anderson. Big boots. 1, 2. The botch taker. Do you worry inflation will drive the price of figures up? It's pretty much made Marvel Legends cost an arm and a leg here in the States, says Gable Gate Forever. Not really, because, to be honest, I have long ago stopped getting all of the figures. I used to get all the figures. I mean, it was very costly. Even when the figures were like £18, it was very costly. They then went up to like 22. Now they go to 22 when they're new, but they quite quickly dropped down to 20. I mean, they could go up to the likes of 25 and then drop down to 22, something along those lines. But as I said, I've kind of long ago stopped getting all of them. Now I just like am more selective with what I pick up. So yeah, it's not something I'm too worried about, but I could understand if you was like collecting a lot and getting a lot of figures that it would be a concern. But it's one of those where you know in what direction the prices are going to go, man. Prices they're always going to go up, aren't they? I mean, we've seen the figures go up. Like, I mean, I remember when they were around the £15 mark for an elite, and then they went up to 17, then they went to 18, then they went to 20, then they went to 22. Like, they've just gradually gone up over that since Mattel came out. But that's, you know, it's the same with everything, isn't it? So price is only going to go in one direction. But yeah, it's definitely made me more selective. Adam said inflation is never the problem. Corporations use it as an excuse to jack the prices up of everything. Right, we're going to commercial break again. Let's go Tribal Combat tomorrow, says Kieran. AB Jobson said Finn will win, then get kicked out of Judgment Day. Priest cashes in, wins the title. Finn turns face, and we've got a redemption arc. I get that this is a go home, but is this really the best WWE can offer tonight? Butch and a net breaker versus two fandoms. Judgment Day attacked OC and Brutes. Jay versus Solo 1 day before SummerSlam, said Humble Rumble. Yeah. To be honest, it's not a match I want. I'd much rather have a final face-to-face between Jay and Roman. A few final words being exchanged. Maybe a little twist that we didn't see come in. Maybe the Elders make their an appearance and say something that Roman wasn't expecting, or I don't know. I think we could have done something there rather than Jay versus Solo. But I think from a storyline point of view, having Roman making Jay, I mean, I don't even know if this is the story. I'm just presuming it is. But Roman putting Solo in Jay's way 24 hours before they fight would make sense from Roman's point of view. So I can understand it making sense. It's still not what I would book, though. Still not what I think we should be getting tonight. I'd much rather do something, as I said, where we have the Elders. They say something Roman wasn't expecting, throw a real spanner in the works. Just kind of ramps up the... You know, I think we could have explored what does Tribal Chief mean? Like, Tribal Combat has been announced as if we're all just meant to know what that is. You know, Jay's like, it's going to be Tribal Combat. And we all went, oh. What's Tribal Combat? Does anyone know what Tribal... Do you know what Tribal Combat is? I think we could have, like, explored that. Like, how many times have we done Tribal Combat? What's happened to people in the past that have lost Tribal Combat? Like, if Roman loses, he loses the Tribal Chief thing, but what happens to his status in the family? I don't know. I just think, like, we just dropped this Tribal Combat thing, and we all went, ooh. What does that mean? We probably could have done more work around that. Certainly for a story that's been so focused on detail. This one, I don't know, it feels a bit loose. Just feels a bit loose. We've gone a little bit loose. We've gone a bit loosey-goosey. Right, we've got Anderson. He's got a headlock on Ridge Holland. So, I don't know. We'll see. We've still got, what, an hour and 19 minutes? We'll see what shocks and surprises they've got in store for us. Michael Jackson in the factory of the lady with the captain in the Kraken with the market in the package, says Kojiko. Lance said, Kojiko, I agree. You really shouldn't poke me, Trini, says William. I am one French fry short of pushing the go button on the ban machine. I love the idea we've got a ban machine. And I love the idea you're only one French fry short of pushing the button. Kick coming in by Butch. In the corner goes Anderson. We got top rope Inziguris. Mia Yim on the outsides. Butch looking to drive a knee into the arm of Anderson. And you know what he does as well? He does. It's exactly what he does. Knee strike there by Butchers. Gallows comes in and makes the save. Still think we are going to be seeing the likes of... Well, I hope we're seeing Asuka and Bianca and Charlotte. Might be a video package. Who knows? Gallows gets chucked over the head of Ridge. Kick coming in there by Anderson. Step up in Zaguri by Butch. Days, Dream, SummerSlam, Triple Threat, Gunter, Brock, IC title, Priest, Seth, Hell in a Cell. Oh. Montez and Angelo Dawkins attacking. Oh, let's go. Attacking Anderson. So are they heels? Are they heels? Street Profits attacking out of nowhere. Are they heels? What's happening? Ah! Oh, I'm so excited. Now they're powerbomb to Anderson. Powerbomb to Anderson from the Street Profits. No sign of Bibs. No sign of Bibbidi Bob. Oof. Street Profits laying out. Brawling Brutes jumping on them. Taking them out as well. Oof. Profits unloading. Serious. Look at the look. The crowd are cheering. The crowd like it. The crowd like it. Crowd are cheering them. They've just beaten up two heel teams. And the crowd like it. Love it, man. I don't like it. I love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The Street Profits. Yeah, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Dawkins. Ford. As we said, no Bibbidi Bob. Don't know if he... I want to see him. I want to see him, like, just standing, like, watching, just nodding. Loving what he's seeing. Here they are in the entranceway. Here he is. Here he is. He's loving it as well. He's loving it as well. Bibbidi Bobbidi loves it. Bibbidi Bobbidi. Bobby, 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 Bobby. Big Bobby chant from the crowd. Crowd are loving it. Bobby, 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 Bobby. Yes. Yes. We need Booby. Always. Always. Right, we've got I don't know what's coming up next, but this defo feels... Oh, no. What's this? A boat. What's this? Charlotte. Bam, bam, bam. Charlotte on a boat. It's in my blood, like winning. She's the past, the present, and the future. She's on a flipping yacht. She's 5-0 at SummerSlam. Didn't know that. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know she was 5-0 at SummerSlam? Ask her, I've got your number, and let's make a toast. 15-time women's world champion. Woo! Woo! She's on a boat. 5-0, I didn't know that. They spent money on that package. She's probably on a boat anyway. They were just like, do you mind if we come along and film you on the boat? And she was like, no, if you want. You want to film me on my boat? Film me on my boat. We're on the eve of tribal combats. Coming up next, the history of tribal combat. That's what I wanted. Are we going to actually explore the history of tribal combat, though? Is it the actual history of tribal combat? Like, I want to know how many times it's happened and everything. Right. Here we go. Huge breaking news coming out of SmackDown. We was watching the Brawling Brutes taking on the OC, and the match was okay, but there was a few question marks as to why we were watching it on the eve of SummerSlam. It maybe wasn't the most gripping or urgent of encounters. But then out of nowhere, look at this. The Street Profits hit the ring, start destroying everyone. They took out the OC. They took out the Brawling Brutes. They stood tall. They then went to the entranceway. Out came Bobby. And this is cool. This is really cool. And you know what? The crowd loved it as well. The crowd were chanting for the Street Profits. They were chanting for Bobby. The crowd properly behind these three. Even though they probably shouldn't be. They did just attack the Brawling Brutes and the OC unprovoked. But they're cool. They're just cool. It's so cool. And yeah, this is great. Can't wait to see where this is going to go. Obviously, we don't know if they're going to add any other members. We don't know a name for this team. Maybe they're going to be like the new Hurt Business or something. I don't know. Hurt Business 2.0. I hope not. I hope they get a better name than that. But it's great. This is great. It was a great part of the show. And I can't wait to see where this goes next. There we go. So we are up and running. We are up and running, baby. With some good stuff. We've got some good stuff. So all you LA Knighters got to watch LA Knight in the first match. And then in the second match, we got Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits. Street Profits more so. Taking out OC and Brawling Brutes. New faction arrives, baby. Right. Let's go back to the action. We're going to find out the history of tribal combat. I've got a feeling it might just be a history of Roman and Jay and not actually a history of tribal combat. I feel like they've lied to me already. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they haven't lied to me, but okay, so Tribal Combat. King Yeti says they are now the business of hurt. The business of hurt. The Hurt Corporation. Special counsel. Oh, the wise man. The wise man. Is hey man. Hey man. Ladies, if there are any in Ohio. Bit naughty, isn't it? And gentlemen. My name. Paul Heyman. Hey man. Right, Paul Heyman. What's he gonna say? A few boos. The Walrus of Paul. I think that was the Lost Beatles album, wasn't it? It's a really good crowd tonight, says Chris. He doesn't look good, says Jeremy. I've never liked the Street Profits, and I still don't, said John. But what they took them so long, how many times have they been tag champs? Do you know what? They were stale, and they needed this. And they've needed this for a long time. But they've got this. They've got it now. We're there now. Do you know what I mean? It's like being on like a 7-hour car journey because we took a wrong turn. Should have took us 4 hours. It took us 7. Everyone's a bit grumpy, but we got there now. So we can moan about how long it took, or we can just enjoy the holiday. It's up to you. You. You can all blame Jey Uso. You. And all blame Jey Uso. The rest of you can blame Vince McMahon. You want to push your tribal chief to this. BJ Uso. He's having a lot of fun with his inflictions, isn't he? The way that he's saying certain phrases. This. Look at this. We got some hand gestures. There won't be any plea for absolution. Oh, good word. Cognizant of the facts. Tribal combat. Right, what is it? Come on. The Ula Fala. Yes, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Hi, Chief Peter Maivia. Anyway. The Rock, Yokozuna. Oh my God, look at this. The Wild Samoans. We got Umaga in there. There's the Wild Samoans. And we're seeing Rikishi. Afa, the uncle of Roman and Jay. Sika. And those graphics were sick. Could you imagine a video game with those graphics? This is so good. This is just what I wanted. It's more than what I wanted. No rules except one. There will be a winner. Oh, it's good that was. I enjoyed that. Still not as good as the Cody Brock video package, but you know. Where was the lovely, oh, I love you, but I hate you at the same time? Where was that music? Needed that. That was a good video package. It's all right. Oh, I love you, but I hate you at the same time. That will never be you. I could say that won't be a prediction. Oh, here's Jay. Here's Jay. So Paul Heyman says, Jay, that won't be you. They want ish down since. They want ish down since. They want ish. Light them all up. Okay, so Jay making his way down. Everyone thought Yoko was Japanese. I thought he was Japanese. Legit. WWE's video packages have been next level for sure, says Aaron. At SummerSlam, all things come full circle. Let him in, says J Ray. Dude, the door's been open for months. It's not about letting him in. I don't think he can find the door. Down since. Tell you what, he's getting the crowd, but he's getting me pumped. It's like a workout routine. Oh, imagine that. Workout with Jey Uso. Workout with Jey Uso. It's like Pilates. Knackered now. I think we're all knackered. So. Lots of Uso chants. Jay is the real chief sign in the crowds. It's gonna say. He's knackered. He's knackered. I've had phone calls like that. Is that you, Mum? He's blown up. He's blown himself up, isn't he? He's blown himself flipping up. Yeah. You're right. Tomorrow night, tribal combat's happening. True. That is true. Yeah. Is the head of the table is definitely going through one. The spirit of my ancestors, bringing all that tomorrow. Arash Mine said Brody Lee. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to think, is it an anniversary or something? Is that why? Why? It seemed a little out of place, didn't it? Is it his birthday or something? Could it be like his birthday? Oh, here's Solo. Brody Lee. No. His birthday's on the 16th of December. I think there'll be a few thoughts. Maybe is that an Easter egg? That's Bray is on the way. Right, here's Solo. Chill out, Solo. Heyman's got his arms all over him. Why you? I feel like this went wrong for Jay when he blew himself up by like getting all the crowd fired up. You done screwed up now, says Heyman. This mind games ain't it no more. OG. He's saying the same things to you he said to me. Solo looks at Heyman. So, Heyman having a word with Solo. Solo staring at Heyman. Looks like some of those words might have got through. Solo's telling Heyman to get out. Jay uses it to kick Solo out the ring. There was a little dissension there between Solo and Heyman. Uso-chan. Smile on the face of Jay. So, Solo looked at Heyman, told him to get out, and then Jay super kicked him. So, it's still going to be our main event, though. I still believe to this day if Muhammad Hassan's segment with Undertaker was put out at a different time, he would have gone down as the greatest heel of all time that WWE would have ever seen, said Arsenio. Jay needs a new finisher, said Wisp. Justin, shout out to you. What's good, everyone? What's good? Gotta say, after a day like today, I understand why roosters start their day by screaming. Oh, that doesn't sound like you've had a good day at all there, bud. So we are just seeing. I think Heyman saved Jay in that segment. You know, I think that Heyman had to jump in on Jay's behalf. I genuinely think, and I could be wrong, but I genuinely think when he got to the ring and he was like doing this with the fans, I think he blew himself up. And I think that's why it took him a moment to get into his promo, because he was trying to get his breath back. And then when he could never quite get it. Oh, Ray's going to be on NXT next week. Austin Theory backstage. What did I'm just gonna have a listen, see what. Huh? He's recovering at home due to whiplash, yet we saw him on Tuesday and he was fine, and he's going to be on NXT next week. think they might want to get their stories. They might want to get their stories lined up. Okay, A-Town down, making his way out to the ring. I don't think many know who Mohammed Hassan is. The man had nuclear heat, says Arsenio. Take it. Bad luck if they think the water in Mac. Hey, I don't know what the fish pneumonia, fish Nemo. If you have a fish pneumonia, said Kojiko. LS Dub said Austin Theory is so boring. Don't you mean Austin 316? Right, we've gone to commercial break. Let's do halftime scores. Let's.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Scott said, how fantastic was Kofi's title run. The fans love Kofi Mania. It's gone. Right, Jordan said 1. My Phenomenal Figures says 8. Zoom Station said 6.9. RG says 7. Don't know how to pronounce that because I think it was in Japanese. Mark B Television said 1. Marine said 7. Kian said 0. Mitchell said, I don't know, 5. Trini said 725. Travis said 7. Finley says 8. Alex Bliss Gamer, shout out to you, says 7. Delwyn said 7. King Yedi said 7. Bembo said, no one is talking about the Brody Lee thing on Twitter. Yeah, it definitely felt out of place, didn't it? Definitely felt out of place. It's not his birthday. I don't know. That's not the kind of thing that Jane normally says or does. It's definitely something I'll put in the like recap thing after, but yeah, I don't know, quirky, weird little thing. I can't really explain it. Steven said 7. Hashim said 7. Daniel said 7.9. DS Boy said they might as well have had the US title match tonight. It's boring. LS Dub said WrestleMania 40 ad. I'm thinking of buying tickets. Do it, do it, do it. You can be our live reporter. You can be the official Wrestling Days WrestleMania 40 live reporter, bringing us all the scoops, all the latest action live from WrestleMania. Let's go over to our official live reporter, LS Dub. How's it going over in Philadelphia? And you'll be like, just in the bathroom at the moment. Give me a second. I'll be like, thank you, LSW. Ryan said 5.5. Arash Mind said 7.5. Art King says 6. Titus says 8. Christopher said botch score 8. Silver Bandit with a 6. DS Boy 33 with a 5. Legend 72 said 7.5. Lucas with a 7. Shannon with an 8.2. Quite a strong show for a go home. Mr. Quake said next year's WrestleMania is XL. Yeah. I thought it would be XXXX. I don't know where this L came from. Who's giving WrestleMania an L? WrestleMania's dub. It's all about the dubs, not the L's. But it's picked up an L. Can't believe it. Titus, shout out to you, my friends. Titus put message retracted. Titus, appreciate the support, my friends. Bracket message retracted. I'm going to put bracket thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Close bracket. I like the Bibby bit, said Miss Clown. That's what all the girls say. Here's Cameron Grimes to the moon. Right, Cameron Grimes against LA Knight. No. Against Austin Theory. Right. Got LA Knight on the brain. SummerSlam Superstar. Did you see the SummerSlam pillows that they, or cushions that they were doing? I did put it on Twitter, but I appreciate not everyone goes on Twitter, so they may not have seen the images. I'm going to show you the image right now. Look at that. Look at that. SummerSlam cushion in the shape of a tire at the official SummerSlam store. Titus said, Days question first. Appreciate the videos. I appreciate the support, my friends. And you that's not a different super chat, is it? You didn't need to. Oh, what's going on? 1, 2. Oh, foot on the rope. I'm getting to you, Titus. There's things happening here. Santos has come down. So Santos tries to interrupt. He's prevented. But it does result in a pin attempt by Cameron Grimes. Cameron Grimes to the moon. Cameron Grimes chucking Austin Theory all over the place. Defends that championship next week. Cameron Grimes climbing up. Perched. Crossbody. Down goes Theory. Kick out. Titus said, appreciate the videos. I appreciate the support. Great work. Jimmy returns and turns on Jay at SummerSlam, question mark. I don't think so. It's an option. I mean, I'm not saying that it won't happen. And they have said that they do want to face each other. And it would be a way of moving Jay away from Roman and giving them something else to work on. But why would he do it? What would be the reason for him doing it? Is it that he doesn't want his brother to be the tribal chief? He doesn't want to have to answer to his own brother? Could it be something like that? Don't know. It's not the direction. I think there's a few directions they could go in. It's not the direction I think they're going to go in. I think Roman wins. Well, not clean. I think Solo will get involved. I think Jimmy will get involved. Maybe even Heyman gets involved. But I think Roman wins relatively clean. And then I think the big twist at the end is Bray. I think Bray makes his presence felt. Because I think Roman came back at SummerSlam in 2020 and then went on to compete at Payback. I think Bray could come back at SummerSlam and then go on to compete at Payback. So I think that is how it'll end, more so than Jimmy and Jay turning on each other or Jimmy turning on Jay. But I wouldn't rule it out, but I'm not sitting here saying impossible or anything like that. It's very much in the bracket of possible. So, yeah, something to keep an eye on. Something to keep an eye on. It could go that way. It's a win here for Austin Theory. Austin Theory picking up sweet dub. Santos gets in the ring. LWO. I wonder when he started doing L, then everyone just automatically was going to go A Night. L, A, Night, yeah. But he didn't. He went LWO, which makes a lot more sense when you think about it. That is the group is in. Here's a video package for Asuka. Asuka with a slightly new haircut. Doing some work inside of a gym, inside a cage. laughing to herself, shouting at us in Japanese. A triple threat at SummerSlam? It's not fair. How stupid and unfair. I have already beaten Bianca. And I beat Charlotte. I am not worried. I will beat them. Because I have a plan. No one is ready for Asuka. Yes, but where was the music? Oh, I love you. I hate you at the same time. I have a plan. What's this? What's this? Is this Grayson Waller effect? He's got a voice like a castrated cat. Bailey and Io are going to be on the Grayson Waller effects. Bailey. And Io, Days, how fantastic was Kofi Kingston's title reign? The fans love Kofi Mania. Imagine if Kofi challenged for 3 world belts. Would this moment to dethrone Roman Reigns? Imagine if Kofi challenged through the 3 world title belts. What if Kofi challenged Roman? Then it's not really there anymore, is it? People loved it because they know that Kofi has been overlooked, and Kofi deserved that moment, but he's had that moment. So I think the crowd would get behind him again. I don't know if it would be as special as Kofi Mania, though. That was very special. It's very special. There was something in the fact that he had never made it to the main event. I don't think he'd ever even competed for the title. Well, obviously he's done that now. He's a former WWE champion. It's kind of boyhood dream come true stuff. So I don't know that it would be the same, to be honest. But I have no doubt that the crowd would still definitely get behind him. It would definitely it'd be a good challenge for Roman. Kian said, imagine if The Rock makes a surprise return. Imagine The Rock telling Roman that he's not the true tribal chief. And then The Rock says, you're looking at the true tribal chief of the family. Kofi sucked, says Billy. PC booking again. Maka said, what's your Prem predictions? Top 4, bottom 3. I'm just curious. Don't know, to be honest. I haven't really been keeping up with the moving and the shaking of the transfer window, but I feel like Arsenal have definitely strengthened with Declan Rice. I think you've got to have Man City in there. I'm going to have Man United in there because I think they have strengthened. I don't know that... I don't know. I feel like it might click for Chelsea again this year. So United, Chelsea, Arsenal, not Liverpool. I think Liverpool are going through a bit of a turbulent time there. Midfield in particular is completely changing. So it could all click and work for them, but equally it could be another season of rebuild. So I'm going to say Chelsea, Man City, Arsenal, Man United, top 4. Bottom 3. I have no idea where Luton are with their recruitment. I'd like to think that they'll dig deep and find a way of surviving, but they could be a team that it's just too much for them. They come up, go straight back down again. I don't know where we are with Nottingham Forest. I always worry for Crystal Palace. Could this be the year that Everton finally go down? They've been floating around. I don't think they've bought anyone in particular. So they would be a concern. Who went down? Did Leeds go down? I think they did, didn't they? Southampton went. Leeds, I think, went, and can't remember who else went. Bournemouth still up. They're probably going to be in the mix to go down, I would think. I think Villa will be all right. Yeah, I don't know. Bottom three's tricky. Bottom three's tricky. I'll say Luton, Forest, Bournemouth. Unless Bournemouth already went down. I can't remember who went down. Breaking news. Kid Rock. What's this? Kid Rock is going to do the Open for SummerSlam. Is that a thing now? Is that something we announced now? You can watch the Open now if you want to. If you want to know how SummerSlam's going to open, you can check it out right now. What a time to be alive. Okay, Grayson Waller effects. Let's see what is going to go down here on the Grayson Waller effects. Kid Rock was the guy who flipped off the camera at last year's SummerSlam. I'm not joking, says LS Dub. Kian said, I think Liverpool are doing good in the preseason. Don't forget we defeated Leicester 4-0. Mate, preseason means diddly. Preseason is about getting fitness levels up. You really can't read much into preseasons. Okay, Grayson Waller. I'm going to give someone the Grayson Waller rub. One woman isn't enough. One woman isn't enough for Grayson Waller. He brings out Bailey. He brings out Io Sky. We got the power. We got the rage. Io making her way down with the Money in the Bank briefcase. Bailey with some shades on. Okay, yeah, she has been spooked, hasn't she? Maybe that's why she's wearing the shades. I forgot about that. Past few weeks, Shotzi has made her presence felt. Bailey has been getting spooked. I'm sure she'll get spooked again. Maybe one of those trees is actually Shotzi in disguise. Ding Dong Hello is a much better show than this, says Bailey. Io, are you cashing in? The genius in the bank? Why have we? I don't think we've been using genius in the bank, have we? That's good. Good line. Genius in the bank. Bailey calling the crowd idiots. They don't like it. They don't like it. Io looks sad. She wanted to talk and she got cut off. Okay, laughing interrupts. It was Grayson that did it. So Grayson did it as a joke. Okay, now Shotzi's music hits. Hey, this wasn't me. Grayson's like, this wasn't me. And a tank is making its way down. Okay, so EO's gone towards the... She's behind her. Who's driving the tank then? Looks kind of cool, man, with the shaved heads. Who was in the tank? Who's driving the tank? So Bailey is... look at the sick smile on Shotzi. Shotzi with a big shot. Bailey goes down. What's in the bum bag? Ooh, clippers! Clippers in the bum bag! Is that noise, that clipper noise, is it coming from the clippers or are they playing that in the arena? It's loud. Zing! Yeah, who's in the tank? Zelina Vega was in the tank. Zelina Vega was in the tank. Ooh. Shotzi is Brutus. Keith Lee's driving the tank. Okay, so Shotzi. Shotzi interrupts. She's in a ring with the Clippers. That look of Shotzi's, it has been shown on house shows. So, I mean, it's done the rounds. I feel like people have seen it already, but there'll be plenty of people that haven't. She looks good, man. She looks good. Thank the Lord that segment's over, said Sir Killer. Oh, didn't you like it? Right, let's go. Where are we? Yeah, as I said, that's been doing the rounds. That image of Shotzi. 5 out of 10 segment, a 2 out of 10 segment, an accidental haircut. I really want to create my own secret society, says William. Shotzi the Barber, Blackheart. Shotzi the Barber, Blackheart. I've got the image for those that aren't watching. There she is. With short hair. It's kind of... it looks like it's grown back just a little. I mean, she's clearly shaved it off. She had shaved it off, and I think it's just kind of grown through just a little. I don't know if she wants to pop it, take it back down again. But yeah, you know, she looks cool. It's not really about the look, though, is it? It's well documented why she's done it. Shotzi would be amazing with Bray, said Bembo Sports. Botch Z. I live in Daytona. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to SmackDown. What are your thoughts on the crowd? Crowd, good. Yeah, ain't got no complaints from the crowd. I think they're pretty vocal, pretty into stuff. I don't think WWE have really given them given much for them to get their teeth into. I think they could have given the fans something a little bit more adventurous. But yeah, I think it's been all right. Crowd have been all right. A pumping crowd tonight, said Billy. She looks like she would be behind the bar shooting fire out of her mouth for entertainment. It would entertain me. That's all I can say. But Daytona days, Daytona, where the show is tonight, says Deborah. Jay said, what are your thoughts on Logan fight? Who do you see winning this thing? I think it'll be Logan that beats Ricochet. I think that Logan, they're probably going to want him to have a win, and I think this is a winnable fight for him. They could have done it hair versus hair, says Odin. Maybe that's what it's built into, yeah? We're just seeing on WWE's YouTube channel, Jey Uso getting ready, training for tribal combat. No excuses. No excuses as Jey gets ready for tribal combat. How long we got left? We got half an hour left to go. Half an hour. Okay, Zelina Vega against Io Sky is already up and running. So Zelina versus Io. Don't forget we are live tomorrow. Live tomorrow for SummerSlam. Want to get people's... Gonna go to the chat all the time tomorrow. Get people's live thoughts, reactions as the show progresses. Io against Zelina. If I did a hair match, it would take all day to cut mine, says Maggie. This has not been a great show so far, said Mitchell. AJG, shout out to you. Theodore said tonight went by quite quick. Yeah, considering there's only half an hour left and we've been streaming for 3 hours already, I would agree it's gone by fairly quickly. I would agree. Pin there by Zelina on Io. So Zelina grabbing Io with Zelina going into the corner. Io charging over. Zelina, double knees. Meteora and kick out there by Io. This show has been very go-homesy, says Ray. Very go-homesy. Courtney said, this has been a great show to me. That's the spirit. Do you think Jey can beat Roman tomorrow? I think he can beat him. I don't think he will beat him. I think he can beat him. Io charging over. Double knees by Io to Zelina. Yeah, Genius in the Bank was such a good line. Jay said, Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz. Who have you got? Will you be watching? I've got Jake Paul and I won't be watching. Shotzi has got the clippers in the entranceway. She's trying to cut Bailey's hair. Bailey manages to escape. Shotzi still in pursuit of Bailey. She almost cut her hair. She almost cut her hair. Code red 2, 3. Zelina wins. Code red distraction. So Shotzi almost cut Bailey's hair. So Wade Barrett said Shotzi is going to be a pain in the backsides for all of Damage Control for the next few weeks and months. Live tomorrow, SummerSlam from Detroit. Now we're going to hear from Bianca Belair. The EST. We've seen Charlotte on a yacht. Asuka having a breakdown. Now we're seeing Bianca making her ring gear. I knocked down every obstacle in front of me until Night of Champions. I don't make excuses, says Bianca. You want me to jump through hoops? Tell me how high. No DQ, no count out, no excuses. I'm going to train harder, work smarter. Okay, kind of promo you would expect, really, from Bianca. She's in the gym, babyface, super positive. In one of the main events. One of the main events. Logan Paul, Ricochet, they're just running down the SummerSlam cards. Bianca's promo is boring, says the same thing all the time, comes out skipping and twirling. I want Todd P in WWF Attitude Era instead of Cole. Bianca is so gorgeous. Oh, she's gorgeous, said J-Love. I can see the usual IWC suspects thumbnail. Worst go-home show ever. LS Dub said, I know why Shotzi cut her hair. I love the reason. However, I'd prefer them to take Shotzi's character in a different direction. They're presenting her as unhinged or insane, which isn't where I would go. Bianca Belair should join Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits, says Jay. Who is the tribal chief? If you had to give a score for the show so far, what would you give it? 5.75 to 6 sort of area. I mean, again, not a disaster, not a 3 or a 4. Kind of talking, you know, that level below, like that level below. Really good. It's had some good bits. I mean, Street Profits attacking, that was really good. And then it's had like a few bits. So yeah, I don't know. It's been a go home, innit? It has felt a bit go home-ish. Okay, Jey Uso making his way down, but I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I'm like, I feel like, always feels like when you've got a pay-per-view show on a Saturday, like the SmackDown the night before, I don't know, it just feels a bit like a bonus. Just feels a bit like if we didn't get SmackDown this week, it wouldn't matter because it's all about tomorrow. So this is one of those where it's just something to watch for a few hours, isn't it? And I don't think it's like stinking the room out. There's not really anything that's like offending me. So, come on, main event. This is boring. I feel sorry for Todd G, said Mr. Quake. I would like the faction to be called Street Profits. Maggie said Roman is the only tribal chief I will ever acknowledge. Nobody is remotely in his league. Very good Friday Smackdown, said Anthony. Do you think it's time for Bianca to start showing signs of a heel turn, or is keeping her babyface the right thing to do? I don't mind either, to be honest. I've said before, I think the one of the biggest things you can do to someone is change them from heel to babyface, and I'm a big believer you should only do that a few times in someone's career because it is such a massive thing. I'm not a fan of just changing them for the sake of changing them. The thing with Bianca is she a bit stale? Yes. I think she is a bit stale, okay? So what do we do to freshen her up? I think turning a heel is the laziest thing you can do. I think it's lazy. I think there's no thought that goes into, should we just turn a heel, right? It's lazy. Like, okay, so now she's going to start acting bad, which means she won't twirl her hair, she won't skip to the ring, she won't do the things she's been doing. So it changes that. But it's just, you can change that anyway, you know? Why does she twirl her hair all the time? Why does she skip to the ring all the time? She doesn't have to. Where's the interest in behind the scenes stuff? Like, where's her getting attacked at home? Where's her relationship with Montez, you know, being questioned? Could someone accuse Montez of having an affair, or accuse her of having an affair? Or, you know, could we do some storyline where she could still be a baby face and we could mix it up? I feel like she's gone stale, and a lot of people's solution is turn a heel, and it's like, that's why it doesn't have to be that way. Don't have to. That's not the only solution. It's just an easy thing to say, isn't it? It's an easy thing to say. It's an easy thing to reach for. The harder thing is booking her and keeping her face. That's, you know, actually coming up with something creative, something interesting. Keeping her face, but coming up with a storyline that's harder than just saying turn a heel. Too easy to say turn. If you've got a stale heel, turn them face. If you've got a stale face, turn them heel. It's just so easy. It's too easy. Like, no. For me, I think you should only do it like once or twice. And what I'll say is she's been face for a little while. She's been on the main roster for about 4 years-ish. So if you wanted to do it, I wouldn't be against it. It's not like she's only been around a year or something. I think she's served a bit of time already as a face. So if it happens, it happens. But and I won't be against it. But I just think I'm a lot more open to people coming up with ideas for her to stay face and coming up with something actually creative. I'm a lot more engaged with that conversation. So it's Solo. But yeah, as I said, like, could you do something where she's accused of an affair and there's supposed evidence, and then we tease that evidence is going to be shown? Or, as we said, something to do with Montez? Or could it be like an old NXT friend, someone that she was close with in NXT? Could we use a bit of a backstory from NXT on the main roster? Someone she came through with and was close with that seemingly she's maybe abandoned now, or they feel that she's abandoned them. You know, someone like, say, Shotzi. If Shotzi was a heel, could Shotzi accuse Bianca of, like, abandoning her? Show some footage of them together when they were in NXT, and I don't know, there's, you know, a few things that you might be able to dig into. Jay, Solo, both in the ring right now. Main event time. Jarrett says bull rope match, Brock and Cody, worst decision, no DQ. Have they announced it's going to be a bull rope match? I haven't seen any stipulations on it. Was that something that was announced and it's like passed me by or something? SummerSlam. Still showing on Wikipedia as just a singles match. So it's not showing at the moment unless it's Unless it's not been updated. No, can't see anything for it. To my knowledge, it's still just a match, a singles match. Why does Solo look like a creator wrestler from Street Fighter 6 when you didn't buy any of the DLC, said Ernest. He is. Has anyone actually seen him live in person? I haven't. If it turns out he's actually just CGI'd, completely CGI'd, would I be that surprised? Big chop coming in. Bob Jr., shout out to you. Celebrate the first super chat from Bob Jr. It's weird, isn't it, how there's like a 1 and balloons next to it. It really does look like you're like celebrating your first birthday, to be honest, Bob Jr. But you're not, and that's the important thing. Although, happy birthday as well. Happy first birthday, Bob Jr. Woo! Right. Solo grabbing Jay. Gonna look to put him through the commentary table. No joy. Super kick. Super kick by Jay. Jay goes in the ring. Against the rope. Suicide dive. Lands. Oh, lands into Solo. Solo went into the edge of the table. Makes me pull that face. It looked moody. Solo's been getting super kicked and punked by Jay and Jimmy for months now. They've built him up to be menacing for a while, but he's a joke now, said NYC Man O War. Jarrett said, even Cody said on the mic that's what he wanted was a bull rope match 2 or 3 times. Well, looks like he didn't get it. Richard said Jay versus Solo stopped by AJ Styles. Then Jay Uso says, what are you doing? The real main event is going to be Jeff Jarrett versus Grado. Maggie said Solo gonna kick his headlights in. Ernest said, I can see where the match is going. Jay at the end is going to beat down Solo with objects and show Roman how hardcore he is for the tribal combat match. Watch. Are you Liv Morgan? Watch me. Steven said a bull rope match was pitched, but Brock declined it according to reports about a month ago. That's interesting. So CGI Solo gimmick would have worked as part of the Bray Uncle Howdy plot. That's true. Commercial break. Al Sean said Jay hoping to keep Solo from interfering in the match tomorrow. Do you think Jimmy could turn on Jay at SummerSlam? He could do, but I'm not expecting it. Bembo said Bianca could join with Montez, Dawkins, Lashley, and then you could do the cheating storyline down the road. Big Time Back said Days pretty wild how WWE has yet to announce new TV deals. Reckon there's a hold up with Fox and NBC. Where is that check? NXT TV deal expires in September. Lovely little stream, says Miss Clown. Bob Jr. Shout out to you, my friend. The one has gone. They grow up so quickly, don't they? They grow up so fast. Bob Jr., shout out to you. Botch SummerSlam. Get ready, everyone, said Kewan. How about Bianca eating in a restaurant off I-95 with an R-Truth return? Let's go. So Montez thinks she's cheating. He pulls up. She's at a table. She's laughing her head off, having a meal. She didn't even tell him. Montez walks in, puts his hand on the shoulder of the guy. He turns around and it's R-Truth. I'd really enjoy that. What can I say? I'd really enjoy it. especially if they were having sexual relations. I'd enjoy that as well. If it was an actual affair. Not even storyline. I'm talking in real life. I'm talking about a real life affair that breaks up their marriage in real life. All done for my entertainment. I would love it. That is the level of dedication that these WWE superstars are just not willing to go to. And it is an absolute disgrace. It is a disgrace. Big shot there by Solo. Trini, single as a Pringle, talking about a young lady that I could imagine sneaking off to a Denny's to meet up with some mystery stranger. Single as Pringle. It's all there. It's all there. All the clues are there. You don't need to be Columbo to see what's going on. Trini said Fightful reported today that a stipulation match was never, in capital letters as well, pitched or considered for Cody and Brock. Not Chexy said, do you think Bray will return? I do. I'm leaning more towards yes than no. I'm at about 75%. Definitely, I heard that too. Do a video game live stream, said Janari. We've never done one of those, to be honest. I feel like there's probably other channels that would do it better. So, can't see it happening, to be honest. Steven said, I had the worst day. I lost my job last month and lost my car keys. So I can't go for an interview tomorrow. Steven, I'm sorry to hear that, dudes. Can't you get like a bus? I mean, I don't really know about how public transport works in America. Is getting a bus or a taxi possible? Can someone give you a lift? A friend, a neighbor, a family member? That's that does suck, dudes. That really sucks. There's a lot of people that are struggling with losing jobs and everything at the moment. I think like there's a lot of stores and retail and everything in particular. It's a big company called Wilkinson's in this country. I was reading they're going into administration. They employ about 12,000 people. And they've gone into administration. There's a lot of concern about those. That's a lot of jobs, isn't it? 12,000 jobs. A lot of jobs. So, I mean, it's happening everywhere all the time, dudes. You're certainly not... I know it doesn't make any difference. I know it doesn't help. But, yeah, that's tough, man. That's tough. Ernest said Disney is cutting jobs. Are they? Are they? I didn't hear about Disney cutting jobs. I heard Apple will merge. Solo kicks out. 6 minutes left of our main event. I bring the swag like no one. Don't mean to brag. What about it? Yeah, bring the swag like no one. Can it in the bag? Cody Rhodes, shout out to you. Disney is woke. Was there a little flicker of the Smackdown sign? Did the Smackdown sign flicker? I swear I just saw the Smackdown graphic flicker. I'm just going to rewatch this. Yeah, it went off. It just momentarily went off. It might not mean anything, but the Barricades Smackdown graphic did just momentarily cut off. Jay going up top. Big splash there by Jay. 1, 2, 3. Jay gets the dub. Jay gets the dub. Heyman can't believe it. So Jay with a victory over Solo. Solo nails Jay. Jay goes to the outsides. Jay gets hurled into the ring post. Solo grabbing a steel chair. Super kick there by Jay. Jay walloping Solo with the chair. And again. One more for the road as Solo goes into the timekeeper's area. Yeah, he's absolutely walloped him there. He's got the chair again, drives it into Solo Sikoa. Jumps onto the commentary table. So Jay survives a Solo attack. Can Jay Uso do the impossible? Can Jay Uso knock off the tribal chief? Do you know what really felt like tonight was lacking star power? No Bianca, no Asuka, no Charlotte, no Roman. You know? Only one Uso. Just felt like a little lack of star power tonight. Felt like, in a way, it felt like we were working with a bit of a skeleton crew. And like maybe there's a lot of preparation and rehearsals and things happening for SummerSlam. Maybe there's a lot of people that are doing stuff like in preparation for that, which you can understand. But it did just feel a little quiet. All was quiet. All was quiet. On the Western Front. Right. Scores. Asuka promo. She said she's got a plan. What if the plan is Kairi Sane? Are there any rumors of Kairi coming back? I'd love Kairi to come back. But I don't know if I've heard of plans of Kairi, or I don't even know what's happening with Kairi. Would Kairi be willing to come back? I don't know. I really don't know, because I have not followed Kairi, so I don't know how realistic that is. It's tough to ask people to spend more than 24 hours in Detroit, says Ray. I think that is worth remembering, to be honest. We are in Detroit. And really, a lot of superstars are going to want to just spend as very little time there as they possibly can. Very little time. I actually don't know anything about Detroit, but it is just making me laugh that I'm making out that it's a horrible place, and it might be lovely. I don't know. But I feel like it's probably not, because it's where Eminem comes from. Night chat. I will be back tomorrow, says Maggie. Sweet dreams. They cut too many matches. It was a little dry. A little bit dry. Benbo said, I work at my local football team, Crawley Town. Doesn't look a promising season coming up with off-the-pitch issues. With the owner's first game against Bradford tomorrow, we're still in League 2. James said, I've not seen anything, but she did put out a cryptic tweet a while ago saying she'll decide her future very soon. Right, it's a good shout. I mean, the only reason I can't go any further with the conversation is because I genuinely don't know. I would love it. I would love it because I'm a big Asuka fan. I always enjoyed Kairi. I was into Asuka more than Kyrie, but I enjoyed Kyrie. I thought she I think there was a place for her. Kabuki Warriors were a lot of fun. They were great during the pandemic era. I would love for her to come back, and if she was coming back, I'm guessing she'd be a bit darker, a bit edgier to fit with Asuka now, like an edgy, dark Kabuki Warriors. Would be sick. So I'm totally on board with it. I mean, honestly, sign me up, put me down. I'm totally on board with it. Would have been an 8 if the match quality was better, said Big Time Baxter. People actually like the Go Home show. I am disappointed in all of you, says Kevin. Florida or California would have been better for SummerSlam, said Theodore. Solid matches, cool video packages, nothing embarrassing, says Michael. There is a lot of fan events going on around Detroit, so it's not that dead, said DS Boy. Bob said, if Jay wins tomorrow, what angle will they have Roman starts? I honestly don't know. I can't envisage Jay winning. I can't envisage it. I mean, if Jay wins, I can only imagine Roman leaves, goes away for a bit, and then we'll come back, much further down the road. Maybe not even this year. He might come back next year as we build towards WrestleMania or something. So, but to be honest, I've really, really not given that much thought. If this Go Home show was supposed to get me hyped for the pay-per-view, it didn't do its job. Neither did Raw. Monday, 4.2 out of 10. By the way, called the J Solo ending, said Ernest. Shaquem said 675. DS Boy said it's busy around the arena. There's a lot of events going on around Ford Field. Jarrett said Jay ain't winning. Solo is going to sabotage any chance of that. Do you think they continue the story with Uncle Howdy when Bray returns, or do something different? It's the guessing game, innit? I mean, I feel that it didn't work. I don't know if Bray was seeing the response to it, seeing the reaction to it, whilst he was involved. I mean, since he's come out, it's a lot easier when you're out of that bubble to see the reaction to things and see how it's being perceived and how it's being received. And that might just convince him that it's not quite as strong as what he had done before. But equally, we don't know where it was going. We don't know what was coming up. We don't know, what was gonna happen and where it was building. And I mean, that masked person at Royal Rumble, we don't know anything about that. Alexa was meant to join. We only got one episode, was it, of the Funhouse again? I feel like there was still a lot of stuff we never quite got. So he might have confidence that where it's going, it's worth sticking with. Equally, I think the fans still at this point would rather have The Fiend. So I don't know. It's going to come down to what he thinks, what WWE wants. If the original story is still what they want to stick with. So I think it's impossible to say. It's impossible to say. There's no way you can sit here and go, yeah, he'll definitely bring The Fiend back at SummerSlam. Like, you just couldn't say that. But equally, he might have had a look at it and gone, you know what? I need to I need to change course. I need to change direction. He absolutely could have thought that. So don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a trick. Don't you worry about that. It's definitely a tricky one. Do you think it's too soon for cash-ins? This is the first pay-per-view since Money in the Bank. I don't think it's too soon because we've been doing a lot of cash-ins on the actual shows, haven't we? So if they've been willing to do them on the Money in the Bank shows, then the first pay-per-view you would think would be perfectly acceptable for them. If anything, they've waited. If any, I mean, I think the past few have been done on Money in the Bank. So the fact that we didn't get any there and they've both still got the briefcases, I mean, I don't know when they cash them in. I would love for someone to get to next year. I would love for someone to still have it as we head towards WrestleMania. Whether that will happen, you know, both could cash in at SummerSlam, both could cash in this year, of course. But I certainly don't think it's too soon. Just bit for one. I don't think I'd have both do it, but I think I might be tempted to go with Damian Priest. I don't think I'd have EO cash in. I think I'd be quite happy for EO to continue teasing and all of that. I'd be quite happy for her to, you know, let it play out. Febin said, I saw your prediction, Bray back for Roman, but wouldn't it be a huge letdown for him to lose against Roman in his first feud after returning? I think that it's unfortunate that he has missed all this time because sadly, had he have done WrestleMania, been built up and all that kind of stuff like he should have, then we could have gone into this with him having a few wins behind him, and you know, whatever story they were going to tell play out. I mean, there's obviously ways that you can get out of it. I mean, you could have someone else come along to take Bray's attention away. You could have Uncle Howdy turn on Bray again. You could have had Alexa betray Bray. I feel like there's things that you could do to ensure that Bray is protected. And I think that even though Alexa's not around, and even though you probably wouldn't want to turn Howdy because we haven't seen Howdy, I mean, really, they got on the same page in like January and they did WrestleMania, and then we haven't seen them since. So for Howdy to now turn on him again would be a bit like, what's this? What's going on? So I sort of think that we've been robbed of a lot of time where it could have really helped with Bray taking this loss, if you will. Because I agree, I don't think Bray would win. But I think that moment of Bray coming back and like standing up for Jay, because I could see Roman winning, Jay being beaten up, Bray comes back, stands up for Jay, like stops the beatdown, fans get excited, matches made for pay. I mean, all of that is tick, 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 tick. Then you've got the builds with Bray and Roman and promos and back and forth, and Bray getting the better of Roman, spooking Roman, whatever it is, the build, that's all going to be good. So there's a lot of positive from the way you bring him back. There's a lot of positive about him being right at the top of the card. There's a lot of positive about the history between them and the fact that you can play on 3 years ago. The one thing you need to work out is how do you have Bray take that loss? Because I think he will take that loss. How will you have Bray take that loss and it's protect him? I mean, who knows? Maybe you have someone laying out Uncle Howdy. Perhaps you have like Solo stay with Roman for a bit longer and he lays out Howdy. Bray obviously is distracted, and that slight distraction allows a Superman punch, a spear, whatever it might be. The 1, 2, 3. Bray's beaten, but you know, there's obviously if that hadn't have happened, Bray would have got the win. You know, Bray could have Roman in the Sister Abigail, kiss on the head, about to deliver it, and then you've got like Solo laying out Howdy, or whatever you want to do, however you want to protect Bray, just like we did with Drew losing at Clash. He managed to get Usos and Sammy not even involved. They weren't even there. And then Solo Sikoa arrives out of nowhere, and that's how Drew loses. So, you know, it's a little bit like saying, you know, is it worth building up Drew, doing it at Clash, or just to have him like lose? Like, is it worth doing that? My response would be, yeah, it is worth doing. I mean, I think they could have done it better. I think they could have done it better. I mean, seeing Tyson Fury shake Roman's hand after was bizarre. The sing song was bizarre. I mean, we easily could have had like a moment where Fury comes in and chases Roman out the ring, like swing, even if he misses him, swung, not shake his hand, not like, oh, you cheated, well done, mate, right? But like, you know, Fury angry could have got in, big shot, Roman scuttles out the ring like wide-eyed and intimidated or something like that. Like that would have felt a bit more, do you know what I mean? Like Tyson going mental at Roman, going over, helping up Drew. Maybe we can hear in he's saying something like, it's not your fault. That's not your fault. That's not your fault. You did this place proud. Something like that, you know? And we could just overhear him saying that. That to me would have been a stronger ending than shaking Roman's hand and flipping sing-song time. So I think there's ways of doing it. I think you can definitely find a way of doing that feud, Bray taking the loss, and the whole thing being still worth doing, because that's a cool way to bring him back in the main event of SummerSlam. Ties into 3 years ago. It puts him in the main event. It's a lot of builds, got good builds. You can spook Roman. It's the biggest guy in the company. It's a fresh fight, a fresh feud, something we haven't seen since Roman has been champion. So a fresh challenge. It moves us away from Jay and the Usos and all of that. Obviously, it's at Payback, so you got the full circle thing. And then you've just got to find a way of protecting him. So, yeah, I think you can do it. I think you can do it. Days drove 290 miles, 467 kilometers north of Detroit to St. Ignatz, Michigan. Take the ferry to Mackinac Island, not motorized on the island. You walk or ride a bike. There's around 1 million visitors a year. There's what? So you went to an island where there's nothing motorized on that island. Sounds dull. Sounds boring. Have they got Wi-Fi? Have they got Wi-Fi? Days, what do you think of Profits attacking OC and Brawling Brutes? I'm hoping Bianca joins the faction. I loved it. I did a video on it. I was very excited. I still think it was probably the highlight of the night. I love that group. I love that faction. Can't wait to find out what they're called. Can't wait to see if there's going to be any new members. A lot of people clamoring for Bianca to join. I'd be down for it. Yeah, love it. I can't say enough positive things about it. Where do you think the Shotzi Bailey story's going? Oh, I mean, I feel like Bailey should put her hair on the line. That, I think, it would be what the fans would want. I mean, we're clearly going to get to a match. I wouldn't mind a Hell in a Cell, to be honest. I think Shotzi's quite unhinged. And, you know, Bailey not being able to run away and EO not being able to get in. I could see there being a good enough reason for a Hell in a Cell. So, Hell in a Cell, I would take. Bailey, if she loses, has her head shaved. I would definitely take that, but I don't know what Shotzi would have to put on the line. I mean, would it be that if Shotzi loses, she has to leave Bailey alone, or maybe has to leave WWE? If Bailey loses, she gets her head shaved. Maybe something like that. I wonder if that's an idea they floated. I think the fans would love that. Would love that. That's always a match that does well. Someone getting their head shaved against their will always plays out really well. Always plays well. So, yeah, I think either of those are viable options. My phenomenal figures, shout out to you, my friends. Wrestle, and that's Bray's problem. His creative is too whack to work in the ring. After the Shotzi Bailey match, will Shotzi be a good member for the Bray Wyatt 6, says Victoria. Well, we don't know if we're doing that, to be honest, because the rumors are that, well, we was meant to get Eric Young. He was apparently going to be joining, so that was the plan for him. I think a lot of people, myself included, thought they were going to do redo Sanity with Eric Young, maybe Nikki Cross. But the reports were that they were looking at bringing him in with Bray. Then you had Alexa, you got Uncle Howdy, you had Bray. I honestly don't know if there was going to be any other members. There was rumors of, was it Mike Bennett was going to be involved? Mike Bennett was going to be involved at one point, but I think that was well in the past. I don't think that was recent. That was ages ago. So it's hard to know if we're doing anything with Wyatt 6, to be honest. I mean, we're still all this time later, and there's been, like, I know he's been away for ages though, but it's funny, isn't it, like the amount of time that we spend talking about Wyatt 6. Remember all that time we spoke about Dutch and Vincent and the cryptic tweets that they were putting out? Like, I do find myself saying this quite a bit, but like, I think we've just been down these roads so many times that you start to get a bit or I do, and maybe it's just me being a bit old and grumpy, but I get a bit desensitized to the online teases and whatever, because we've just been down that road so many times and kind of stung by it so many times that you just get to the point where you're like, do you know what? I'll just believe it when I see it. Right? I mean, I think Kyle Scarborough put a tweet out today that had like a bit of the Fiend in the tweet or whatever. And I saw I was getting tagged in that. I don't really spend much time on Twitter now, but I saw I was getting tagged in that. And I don't put any stock in that whatsoever. I mean, I do think there's a chance we see Bray. And I think, you know, there's a chance that he could be at SummerSlam. Now, whether Kyle knows that, and even if he did know that, would he be allowed to put some out teas in it? Like, I honestly don't know. I don't know. Like, it might be something WWE want to keep on the quiet, so it's a big surprise. They might not appreciate like it being teased online. I don't think that if Kyle puts a little picture out, it's being done as part of like a campaign. I think what's more likely is that he knows the rumors are out there that people are expecting that Bray could be a part of this, and he is putting a picture out that's got like the Fiend on it, and that's it. This happened before where we were building to a show and he put a picture out of a rabbit, and it was like a demented looking rabbit. And everyone was like, oh my God, is this what the Rabbling Rabbit's going to look like? And I went onto his Instagram and went back in his Instagram, and it was a picture from like 2020. It was an old picture. So there was all these people going, have you seen the new Rambling Rabbit design? And it wasn't. It was from 2020. So I think what he had done is he saw everyone was pretty hyped about a potential Bray return. He found an old picture, put it out on Twitter, didn't put any message with it, and then people just filled in the blanks with what they wanted it to be. So I think that, look, could Shotzi join up with a Wyatt 6? Yes, she could, right? She's unhinged and cackling away, and she could definitely be the Alexa replacement, because Alexa's going to be out the picture for a while. So, you know, if they do want a female in that group, I think Shotzi would be perfectly acceptable. Equally, they might turn around and go, well, do you know what? We'll try a different direction. So I think just because she's acting a bit manic and whatever, I don't think there's any sort of guarantee she's going to find her way into that group. But yeah, we kind of went off on a little tangent there, just talking about like more online speculation that you know, sometimes that's not what it seems. You know, there's the schools, for example. I can't believe I can't believe the amount of articles that keep talking about these flipping schools and say that they've just been backstage for the past few weeks. I don't. There's dark forces at work here, right? And I'm not even talking about the schools. I'm talking about clickbait. I'm talking about using you for views. Those are the dark forces I'm talking about. Because anyone that can do any degree of research, even the tiniest bit of research, can easily go back and see that those schools have been in the background for months. Not weeks, months. I went back to an episode of like Raw or SmackDown just after WrestleMania back in April, and I found a school in the background. So, but that doesn't get reported, does it? That doesn't get reported. It gets like, people are really perplexed about these schools that have been popping up the past few weeks. No, they haven't. They haven't. They haven't been the past few. It's been months. Been months. What could it mean about these schools that have been popping up for the past few weeks? Nothing, because they've been popping up for months. Tell the truth. Stupid online flipping clickbait badgers. I couldn't find the right words. All right, I went with badgers. I'm not sorry about it. So yeah, you know, I mean, yeah, you have to deal with that, unfortunately, in this day and age. So it's just be careful, my friends. Be careful. Don't believe everything you see on the internet, and question a few things when it comes to these speculations. I can't wait to see Roman lose and he and Solo sing Piano Man. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Mitchell said, missed a super chat. Well, I can look at this. I can just click on them now. Let's go. So Mitchell said, better tat the DeLorean and ask the girl if she wants to go back to the future, or the Disney castle and ask if you want to make her dreams come true. Hang on, a chat up line. So a DeLorean and ask her if she wants to go back to the future. I don't even understand what that means. Do you want to go back to the future? She'd be like, what? What do you mean? Do I want to go back in time? And I'd be like, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I mean. Are you asking me, do I want to go to the future or do I want to go back in time? Do you like my tattoo? It's a DeLorean? I don't know. I wouldn't do that. That doesn't make much sense to me. Or Disney Castle and say, make your dreams come true. I can only imagine if you had a tattoo of a Disney castle on you and you went up to a girl, I don't even think you'd have to say anything before they're running in the other direction. Maybe some of them wrong girls, you know, the wrong guns. Some of them might look at it and go, oh, he must be, oh, I love Disney. He must be a really sensitive guy, something like that. I think anyone with any sort of sense would look at a guy with a Disney castle tattooed onto him and would go, avoid, you know, run, something like, do you know what I mean? Like, hey, listen, you can like what you like. If you're into Disney, you're into Disney, but I can't imagine a world where there's dudes walking around with flipping Cinderella's castle tattooed on their bodies. So I don't know. I don't like either of them options, to be honest. I don't want to be a guy with a Disney castle tattooed on me. But equally, I don't want a DeLorean and then having a confusing conversation. So I'm going to say neither. I'm going to say neither. Which is the better tat? I would say the DeLorean is the better tattoo than a Disney castle if you're a dude, right? But I wouldn't do any of the asking girl stuff after, right? I wouldn't do any of that stuff after. I'd just go up and go, do you want a drink? Can I buy you a drink? No, thank you. Bye. And then go off crying. Bob Jr. said, who have you got, Baszler or Rousey? Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler, I think Ronda Rousey is on her way out. Jarrett said Brock versus Cody, no DQ street fight, anything goes. Well, that's not reported at the moment. It's still just a normal match. I don't know if they are going to spring something on us tomorrow, but at the moment it is just a normal match. Kappa Owen said, Days, Tribal Combat deserves the Mortal Kombat theme. Tribal Combat! Everything deserves the Mortal Kombat theme. I can't even disagree with you there. I can't disagree, Kappa. Shout out to you, my friend. Right, let's go to... We've had over that's pretty good, actually. Over 200 votes. Don't forget, if you've not left a like on the stream for tomorrow, the SummerSlam stream, if you are planning on joining us, leave a like on there. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. I don't know if we ever try to get to 1,000 likes. I don't know if we could do it tomorrow. Although there should be a fair few people around. So, I don't know. Maybe. If you've not left a like, it'd be greatly appreciated if you would on that SummerSlam stream. We're going to start nice and early. I might even start earlier than advertised. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Because it might happen. Right. Gio said, did you hear about Bobby Roode being spotted in Detroit? It was mentioned earlier, yeah. I'm not really buying too much into that. I'm not expecting to see him at SummerSlam unless he's going to be someone that's going to make a bit of an appearance in the Battle Royal, maybe. Manvinda said Roman father will be in the audience, and when Roman destroys the ref, then Solo comes and destroys Jay. Roman retains, lights go off, Fiend returns. Ledger Killer says great stream. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. We are wrapping up. I've got to go and do the thing, you know. Chatting away, aren't we? We'll go in a few minutes. Maggie said, I think some people forget they're a tag team. Roman elevated them so much people actually believe they can be singles champions. Elshawn said, Daisy's pickup line, would you like to be dazed and amazed? I have no idea if I will ever have enough belief in myself to use a line like that for real in public. If you want Cody to be at a higher level, put him in a stipulation match like no DQ or street fight, said Jarrett. That'll put him at a higher level. Mr. Quake said Days Disney is a movie animated. Not always. Wasn't Cool Runnings Disney? Sure, that was Disney as well. They've done plenty, and all these, I don't even need to think about Cool Runnings, do I? They've done all them remakes, Jungle Book, all of that. Not always animated. Is. Jim said, I wouldn't be shocked when Ronda got UFC out of her system if she returns to WWE someday. Last comment. What is your thoughts of SmackDown and excitement for SummerSlam? Thoughts on SmackDown? Probably finished at about a 5.75. I know that sounds low, but to be honest, 6 is average. So 5.75 is just a whisper below average. We do a lot of 7s because, to be honest, I think SmackDown by and large is a good show. And for me, 7s is where I'm in like good to very good range. I think tonight I'm in fine, you know? I think this was fine. I think it was fine. I don't think it was bad. I think it was fine. That's probably a better system, actually. You know, rather than like doing it out of 10, do like terrible, bad, fine, good, great, amazing, something like that. Like, what did you think of it? Was it good? Was it great? Or was it fine? Or was it bad? Tonight was bad. Tonight was fine. Tonight was good. What is it? That might be a better system. Fine. The official rating for this show is it's fine. I might look at that, actually. I wonder if I could streamline, because that's just, I think, a simpler system to understand. And I think I think the problem we have is when I give something a 6, well, my 6 might be someone else's 8. Do you know what I mean? Like, what I think is like fine, and I score a 6, someone else might think their fine might be a 5. Someone else's fine might be a 7. So I think we all operate on slightly different scales, if that makes sense, out of 10. So I wonder if like a new scoring system that's like beginner friendly, if you will. So, I wonder if that would be something that would be worth looking at. Don't know. Have a little think. For me, tonight was fine. Average, fine. Slap that on it. Can't say good. Definitely not great. But I wouldn't stray into bad. I think if something's bad, then there's got to be parts of the show that you actively disliked. And there wasn't really any parts I actively disliked. So, I mean, I wasn't crazy about Brawling Brutes against OC, but Street Profits got involved, and then that turned out to be one of my favorite parts of the show. So if it was a way of just giving us the Street Profits interrupting, then yeah, great. Turned out to be great, that bit. Street Profits stuff was great. But overall, yeah, I'd say it's about fine. Mackinac Island has been voted the #1 island to visit in the US since the 1850s. Look it up. No. Big Time Bax said, don't get me wrong, LA Knight is a great look. He's over, strong promos, decent in-ring, but every time I watch him wrestle, he looks gassed out. Wrestling long matches and isn't justifying a push. Yeah. Maggie said, how about good, bad, diabolical? Well, I think people like to have choice. So, the thing with like out of 10, people like having a few options to choose from. So it helps differentiate the shows from the other shows. So I think we would need maybe a bit more than 3 options. But we could definitely expand it out to 5. Because in all fairness, when do we ever use 1, 2, 3, 10? I mean, to be honest, I don't ever really use those. I go into the 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. I tend to use those 5, 6, 7, 8. So, I mean, if we had something that had an option of 5 or 6 brackets, that might actually be better and might be a bit more beginner friendly, user friendly, kind of might get us all onto the same page. Don't know. Might also be a disaster, mightn't it? Might also be horrific. But I don't know. We could have a little look at that. We could have a little look at that. Have a little look at it. 6 out of 10, 5, 7, 5 below. Sounds like down when in reality it indicates average, not good or bad. Sounds like a down. Yeah, I think though when you're operating on a scale of 10, then I think to say that like 6 is the middle point. I mean, the middle of 10 is 5. So, you could say 5 is the middle point, but I think if you was to like move it up to say 6 and say that is average, that's fine, that's okay, that's the middle point. Once you go down below that, you're starting to get into bad, and then, towards horrific. And then above that is good, great, exceptional. You've got to have that middle point somewhere. And if it's out of 10, I think 5, 6 is fair. I really do. I think 5, 6 is fair. I've always operated on 6 being that. So when a show has been good, yeah, tonight's been good. What do you think it is? Like 7. Like we've always operated that way. So if I can't say tonight was like good, and I think it was just fine, then that's where going to a 6 is the right thing to do. So I don't know if this is where it gets a bit tricky, isn't it? The perception is, for me, I know what my scoring system is. I know where the different levels are, and they're the same levels I've always operated on. But maybe if we take some of those options away that we just don't ever use and actually streamline it, I don't know. Yeah, I will have a think about that. I will have a think about that. Samantha said, what time will you start tomorrow? Well, I'm scheduled to start, I think, at 10, which is 5 Eastern. So 10 UK time, 5 Eastern. Right now, gut feeling is I could start even an hour before that. So it could be 4 Eastern. I mean, it's obviously really important for the channel, that stream. You know, it's one of the biggest wrestling streams of the year. Obviously, there's going to be tons of people that are going to be streaming it. Your What Cultures, your Cultaholics, everyone's going to be doing it. So I'd love to get going early, see what people are around, get people's thoughts. I'm sure there's going to be some last minute rumors. There normally are. We'll never be stuck for things to talk about. I mean, here we are 36 minutes after the show's ended. I really need to get and do this video. We'll never be stuck for conversation. So yeah, I think there's a good chance we could start even an hour before scheduled, but we'll see. Right now, the start time is set. It's all set on the channel. But I'm feeling pretty good that we could start even an hour before that. So you've been warned. Days, are you getting all in, all out? Both individually will cost $50 each in a span of 8 days, said Big Time Baxter. Don't know. I mean, I know I'll get the London one because that is on a Sunday. And I know there's nothing else on a Sunday. But I think, is the other one on a Saturday? Because all of a sudden then it starts to go up against other things, doesn't it, on a Saturday? So I feel good for the London one. I don't know if I feel as good for the other one, which I don't. If that's on a Sunday and there's nothing on, then yeah, you know, I sort of have to do it. I have to get both, don't I? If I can do both. If I can do both, I will try to do both. But you know what it's like with Saturdays? It's too competitive on a Saturday. It's way too competitive. So the London one's a Sunday. If the other one's on a Saturday, we might end up just doing the one. If they're both on a Sunday, there's probably a better chance we'll end up doing both. But with SummerSlam tomorrow, my sights have been very much fixed on that. Right, awesome. Appreciate the support, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream or at least got something from it. We are back tomorrow. Massive day tomorrow. I'm going to go off and do the review recap show. It's only a couple of minutes long, but yeah, awesome. Appreciate the support. Thanks for watching, and hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.